Welcome back, everyone, to session 45 of The Sound of Static, starting us off with a completely normal mission log from Mercy.
Mission log 46. After my beautiful presentation about Validity that nobody paid attention to except for Hawk, we went to bed and get caught in another trap. Seriously, who is making these? Because between the psychotic torture, sworn business, and therapy, I really think the universe is out to get us. So this time, we all went to bed and got trapped in our worst nightmare. It started off really good, but then it went horribly, horribly wrong. And I don't know if you know me, but mercy and facing fears do not go well together, okay? But I dredged up all my glorious captain power with a rousing speech by Ilsgard and managed to not run away. That's right, me! And Giant Donahue crushed my fears together and then went and helped Khamu out of their nightmare. Now the rest of the crew isn't as glamorous as me and Khamu, so they need help getting out of their own nightmares. So now we have to go into their nightmares, help them out, and I'm gonna have to see them be all sad and scared, and do we need a new brave Mercy? I'm kind of liking old Mercy better. I don't think we need to face any fears. No? Oh, okay. Into the nightmare then. I can do this.
You, speak into your comms terminal, giving a rousing speech of what has happened as you close it and look down and see that actually on your comms terminal, Mercy, there is not but a staticky signal as you kind of look up and find yourself not at all on the ship where you would call home of the Silent Stars, but instead somewhere else entirely. At the end of last session, you guys had already gone to sleep, waking up to find that your ship was once again in this almost unnatural darkness surrounding you, and the rest of your crew woefully inactive, asleep in their own chambers, just as you had been not a couple hours before. But now you have jumped in, your dear crewmates perhaps needing your assistance, not let's say, enlightened by the static as both of you may be. And now you are in, perhaps, the darkest depths that can only be conjured up by one's own imagination. Mercy, it is very dark where you are. Kind of looking around, you hear that faint humming sound. Last you remembered, you had went to sleep in Hawk's room, and now there's kind of like a faint pulsing light around you, and you see a silvery strand lightly shining, going off far, far into a dark, dark corner of space.
I follow the strand, and then we cut to Khamu!
You take a breath as you start to head forward, feel a tightness in your chest as you feel this smoky kind of black mist reach out and kind of grab you, kind of very similar to that smoky mist that had appeared back in your own nightmare. And you proceed. It gets darker and darker until eventually you can hear some sound in the distance as you keep pulling forward. Beneath your feet, you can feel kind of ground as your feet touch down onto some sort of tile. And you are in some sort of hallway. You feel kind of like glassy tile beneath your feet. You look out ahead of you and see you're in some sort of hallway. It's very dimly lit, though.
Okay, is there any doors nearby?
Give me a perception check, why don't you?
$19.
19. As you're kind of like feeling your way, you kind of get closer to one of the walls, and as you're running your hand around it, you don't feel a door, but you do feel a small kind of light switch.
I flip it.
Are you sure?
What?
I just didn't know, yeah. So you flip the switch, your hand reaches out, and statically you hear the hum of fluorescent lights above you, as you sit out and see these stark white walls, these large kind of mirror-like windows ahead of you, several kind of electronic signs hanging up, kind of flickering in text that is very difficult to read. You begin to hear a ticking sound reverberating around the walls, and you look out and you think you recognize this place, as you kind of, this smell of antiseptic in the air, as you kind of place the word hospital in your mind.
Oh. Hello? Are you in here?
Your voice kind of echoes off of the walls. You hear noises like chatter kind of around you, almost as if people are kind of murmuring to themselves, but you look around down the hallway and there is absolutely no one here. There are several kind of like, this hallway you probably can't even see the end of. There are several doors that are kind of lining your way.
Oh, jeez.
A lot of them kind of have like room numbers on them, and then there's text under. It's like reading text in a dream. It's as if they don't really make sense. They're not really characters.
Is there a call desk or something?
You could wander
desk?
and try. You are kind of down this long hallway. There's a couple of turns here and there. From where you are, it's almost as if you're kind of like in the patient ward. But perhaps if you did want to do some wandering, you might be able to find a call desk.
Okay, I want to wander.
Very well. You begin to walk down the halls, every step you take echoing down the linoleum. You kind of start to walk down this hallway. It is, when you kind of like look ahead of you and look behind you, it is just these long stretches of emptiness, but there is only one way to go, aside from the doors, so you start heading down the hallway.
While she's doing it, Mercy starts singing a tune about how brave she is and how cool Hawk is, and that death is nothing to fear.
Please sing this song for me.
Mercy is a brave one. Hockey is so brave as well, and death will kill and not kill, but also is not to be afraid of. Just nonsense.
As you are singing, you are keeping your spirits light in this situation. You are not going to, you have faced your own fears and you have come out on top, and you are not going to let this get the best of you. Why don't you make a check for this? Let me see. Why don't we do, let's just do mysticism. We'll stick with that.
I thought you were going to say misery for some reason.
Yeah, roll for misery. Let's see how terrible you feel in this current situation.
27. For misery.
Mercy, 20. You feel, you kind of like singing this song, it does lift your spirits, actually. Like, being kind of in this space, you have an idea of what you are going to face and you don't think is going to be pretty, but you kind of hold steadfast to that optimism. Why don't you give yourself 1d4 of inspiration?
Yay!
So you continue to walk down this hall, singing your kind of jaunty tune, trying to block out kind of the noises of, like, medical equipment, of ticking that kind of reverberate around these halls. Eventually, you kind of turn a corner and you see a large kind of open reception wing. All of the chairs empty, a couple like turned over, and you see indeed what looks like some sort of front desk, front counter or something. No receptionist in sight.
Okay. I want to see if I want to take the telephone and just plug in a bunch of numbers and just try to be like, paging Dr. for Hawk.
Just like random numbers.
Yes.
All right. You kind of head over to the phone. What do you say as the line starts to ring?
Hello, I am Nurse Mercy, and I need immediate escort to room patient Hawk.
You hear kind of a droning sound on the end of the line. Suddenly you hear very like kind of soft sound.
I didn't pick up.
Good. You hear kind of like whispering, kind of like it's very difficult to hear as you kind of listen in before it grows louder and louder, and there is a shrieking sound as you hear this loud kind of blare in your ear. Can I have you take?
No!
By the way, I forgot to mention this. You guys have full stamina while you are here.
Oh, interesting. Right.
Full stamina no longer. You take a harsh kind of 2 points of damage as you hear this kind of blaring on the other end of the line.
Oh, I hang up.
You drop the phone and it makes a kind of beeping lost reception sound.
Can I trace where the call came from, or like where that picked up?
Yeah, why don't you? So I'll tell you what you have. So you are kind of like in a reception's desk area. There is this counter. You think maybe there might be some like things behind there. You kind of just picked a phone off the wall. But it is kind of like a standard reception, maybe like a vending machine or two, and like the reception's desk might have some sort of data pad or something or information about the hospital.
Okay, I'll scrummage around the desk.
Alright. You go behind the desk and there's a couple of cabinets. Why don't you just give me a general perception check?
Me too.
With a 22, you find pretty much exactly what's back here. There is a kind of a logbook open where people have like signed in. A lot of like the names are just kind of scribbles. They don't even really read, almost as if they are scratched out. With a 22, I will say you do manage to find the kind of last entry on the logbook. The only name that is legible, even, for Hawk Springwell in room 302.
Say the room again?
302.
302, okay. Alright, I want to dash off. Wait, do I know what floor I am on?
No clue.
Okay. I'll just go be like, is there anything else around the desk?
As you are kind of looking around the desk, there is most notably the logbook. There is a hourglass, actually, that you hadn't quite noticed there before. Like, still, what is interesting about this is that you are the only one that you have seen here, but the hourglass is running.
Where is it at? How much does it drain?
So I would say if 100% is that it's fully done, I would say that it is at about 70%.
I want to run to the stairs.
You begin dashing in any direction that you can, as you now, with this kind of room number in hand, start running. Khamu. Oh, yes.
Okay. No.
You start running towards the stairwell. Khamu, you find yourself kind of startling awake also in this kind of dark space, almost very similarly to when you kind of like attune when you see that web of the universe, but very dark as you see this kind of faint glimmering strand heading off into this black mist.
We'll follow the strand, but thinking about what exactly is the source of this, and why every time why the darkness only comes after we fall asleep.
You muse about this to no one, your own thoughts kind of echoing in your own head. As you step forward, steadfast, floating gently towards this dark mist, everything kind of envelops your senses. You are encompassed in this darkness until you kind of feel your feet hit this kind of tile floor, your senses kind of slowly, the mist slowly dissipating around you. As you look up to find yourself in a vast open room, just wide out in all directions, this blinding as the light disappears, this blinding kind of white, actually. Almost as if you are in just a plane that branches out in all directions, this kind of brilliant, opalescent white. There are some kind of columns that kind of reach up. When you look up, you can't see a ceiling, if there even is one. They reach so impossibly high. But they have very kind of these intricate designs on them.
Where are we? And can't hear anything.
Why don't you make a perception check?
Ooh, let's see. Perception check. 23 for perception.
You hear, kind of looking out in all directions, you do hear kind of a it's very, it's like an echo chamber wherever you are. Every kind of footstep you take echoes around you, but you can hear footsteps somewhere. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where, because it reverberates around this space so much.
Hello? Is anyone here?
Your voice
Meridian.
echoes out, empty and alone.
Where exactly is this place? A palace of some sort. And we'll start walking towards a direction.
Very well. You start to head out blindly, not exactly knowing where you are nor what to do in this situation. You start heading out, your own footsteps kind of echoing. Is that someone else following you behind, or is that merely your own steps echoing in this space? It's hard to tell. But you cannot proceed with caution. So you head forward. Eventually, you kind of reach, you hadn't seen it before, but almost like as if it is coming into your field of view, as if it didn't render that far, as if in a video game. You see kind of like a wall, also this kind of opulent white. Looking up, there is this large kind of elaborate almost like a sigil of these kind of looping crests and designs that kind of line these walls. And down you see kind of 2 hallways that spread out from where you've hit.
Ooh, hallways. Can Khamu sense anything? Smell anything?
Give me a perception check.
Excellent.
Oh, she's not here. We can rebel. Rebel against
no,
the
our
system.
TNT has been taken by monster of I don't know, of invisible force.
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat that check for me?
21 for perception.
21 for perception. You smell mostly in this space, stark cleaner, almost like very, sterile environment. Cold, kind of ashy, actually, as if dust has kind of settled in this place. Reaching out kind of for any sign of life, you think that maybe you can smell just a hint of almost like cotton, freshly dried cotton, down one hallway. It's the only inkling of perhaps any direction.
Khamu will follow that hallway then.
You begin to head down this hallway. Very, very narrow. Almost only can really just as wide, a little bit wider than your shoulders as you begin to head down it. You pass by kind of like white vanities or chest drawers, kind of with vases of these sterile white flowers, passing by, lamps, kind of interior decor that you might find in mansion. All this kind of like pearlescent white. Looking down the hallway, you cannot see an end.
Whoever designed this must be very bad at architecture. Khamu will, seeing that the hallway seems to extend endlessly ahead, Khamu will look behind them.
You step out, kind of seeing that this doesn't really seem to be going over anywhere, and you freeze for a moment, a chill riding up your spine. Could I get a will save from Khamu, please?
Never been too good at those. Oh, this is not bad.
Radiant's gonna
18.
kill yourself.
You freeze for a moment, as you feel this kind of sensation, a chill ride up your spine, and you peer ever so slightly backwards, and you hear the footsteps coming faster and faster. Your heart begins to beat in your chest with this irrational kind of fear that whatever is down that side of the hallway is something that you do not want to see.
This is a nightmare. Not ours. We need to see what it is. Khamu takes a couple of deep breaths and brace themselves to see what exactly is there.
You hear footsteps become faster and faster. Everywhere that you see in this place is kind of this stark white when you look down, but behind you, you now notice it is all black. You can barely see anything, almost encroaching as you hear footsteps kind of rush towards you. As a reminder, Khamu, you have full stamina. And you are in fact going to take some damage as suddenly as you kind of stand still, bracing for whatever it is that is going to hit you. You get shot. A bullet pierces through your chest. You see it flying out as a part of your kind of upholstery and Copaxi kind of shelling shatters. It is a searing pain as you get hit by this gunshot. That is going to be 16 points of damage.
What is that?
And can I get another will save from you?
Yes. Better this time. 19 for will save.
This woman's crazy.
If a 19 for a will save, you feel again that terror, that beating, your veins kind of pumping whatever adrenaline it is through your system. As this darkness gets closer and closer, you can hear a shot reloading again.
In this hallway, is there another room that we can take cover?
It goes, the only way is down. You can't exactly see far enough to see if there are turns.
Well, keep going. And Khamu will start running down the hallway.
Give me an athletics check.
Interesting. 17 for athletics.
17. Alright. You have... You have, that beats their score. You have, a +4 to your AC for this turn. They are going to take another shot, though, as you hear kind of a gun, the echoing of a bullet being put into the chamber once again. So with a +4 to your AC, does a 22 hit.
Is this a kinetic AC?
This is energy.
Oh, then it hits.
Very well.
22 will hit.
You are racing down this hallway as you hear the gun go off once again. You're going to take another 16 points of damage as you feel a shot hit your leg this time. You are rushing down the hallway, stumbling almost as you go forward, kind of rushing. Now the furniture almost getting in your way as you are kind of pushing past this different furniture. But eventually you see kind of 2 turns up ahead.
Is there anything? Is there footsteps coming from one of them, or?
The footsteps are rapidly approaching from behind you.
We'll go down the right path.
You turn down the right path, kind of long hallways. The further and further you go down these very narrow, almost like a rat maze-like passages. Can I get another athletics check from you?
Ooh, that's not one.
You, Khamu, you get an immense sense of fear as one would a piece of prey being hunted. As you kind of turn down this corner, you hear the reloading of a gun far behind you, and not kind of looking where you're going, you crash into the side of a bureau that is standing very kind of pressed against the counter. Vase falling over, shattering, huge noise coming out as you hear the footsteps approaching faster.
Who are you, and why are you chasing us?
Whatever they might say, you do not hear. All you see is darkness, and the vase that had fallen right next to you shatters into a million pieces. Some pieces of this harsh kind of ceramic shrapnel almost hitting you in the face as they just narrowly miss you.
Think out of self-defense. Khan was going to try picturing their sniper rifle again.
I would like you to make a mystic check at disadvantage.
Fascinating. Disadvantage, he'd say.
Did you say 12?
Yes, 12.
Khamu, as you've said before, this is not your nightmare. You try to think back of what you had done just maybe a couple of hours before, thinking about the weight of that sniper rifle that you have known so many times before. But you look down and your hands are shaking. There is a heartbeat in your ears as the footsteps grow louder and louder, and you are encompassed with this adrenaline, with this fear, with this desire to run.
I'm almost going to think back to the time when they were on Idari. And that, despite the fear, running away doesn't seem to be the right option here. No, we need to get down to the bottom of this. Kung will shout towards the encroaching darkness and say, "Who the hell are you? Show yourself."
Khamu, I am going to have you make a fun little check. This is what I call a fear check. You're going to make a will saving throw right now.
Interesting.
If you beat a 20, if you meet or beat a 20, then you will overcome this kind of adrenaline, this fear that is slowly kind of working its way through your system.
Will save.
Yes.
We have will save. Is it a meet or beat? I rolled a 15.
It is meet or beat. That is meet or beat. So you feel this kind of dread rush through your veins. But as you look up, you think about Idari, and this is Meridian's nightmare. You think that much, and she would not run and leave you in this situation. So you do not feel the need to run for your life.
No, we've no weapon, no help.
That is true, and they are in fact going to shoot at you again. That is going to be over a 20. You are kind of almost on the ground still after having tripped down this hallway. And as you do, you get shot for 13 points of damage, kind of straight in the chest. You hear the sound of the gun. Again, every time that you speak out into this void, no response coming your way. But you do hear... Actually, give me a perception check.
There? Ooh, that is pretty good. Perception, you said? 31 for perception.
Yeah, that'll do it. Just as you suddenly feel this kind of shot again, once again, being in a dream, it does hurt. But you hear a voice, the first voice that you have heard, not in front of you, not in the direction of this hunter that stalks these halls, but far behind you. Sir, you have to run!
Sorry, it was. So say that again?
You hear kind of a voice, very kind of light, airy voice, hissing at you to run, from behind you, actually, Khamu.
Who? Was that? Who? Where are you?
You kind of like shakily look back. You just see a figure like far behind you, almost at the end of the hall where there's kind of a turn. She turns down the left side of the hallway.
Come, we'll follow her.
You are going to have to race against the hunter, as suddenly, the second that voice rings out, you almost feel the sight of the gun kind of leave your chest and immediately turn down the hallway and fire off a shot. It cracks through another piece of furniture, kind of almost like porcelain shattering in the air, just missing that figure had appeared down the hallway. It is about to give chase, though. Give me an athletics check.
18 for athletics.
Okay. You are going to beat it. You are racing down the hallway, the sound of footsteps echoing very loudly, but you are slowly pulling up ahead as you turn down the corner. At the very end of the hallway, once again, you see a girl, a young Kasathan girl, kind of dressed up in this kind of like white, very nice blouse, very fitting this kind of area, as she is waving over to you as she darts down another path.
Alright, we keep going.
Make another athletics check. You have beat it out by 1 so far.
Interesting. Okay. No, that's a 17? Yeah, 17.
You start running ahead. However, this time, the hunter has caught pace, sensing that its prey is running away. You hear kind of the footsteps beside you, and it is catching up. It is going to load another shot, not at you this time, but near the end of the hallway towards the girl. Once again, the shot fires off right near your ear, sounding kind of loud as it breaks. You see it hits the end of a wall, a large kind of red crack appearing in the end of this kind of like porcelain wall.
Red crack. Cal's going to shout towards the direction of the girl and say, Keep running. Who are we running from?
It's almost an afterthought, the second thing you say. You yell out across the hall, and your voice echoes. You can hear now both the footsteps behind you, but also the footsteps of the girl ahead of you. Kind of still in the middle, between the two.
We'll probably try to adjust their gravity to run faster and try to catch up to the girl.
Very well. Give me... tell you what, give me a mystic check for the gravity, considering that this is not real.
Yes.
Just do it flat,
15.
though. I'd say
15
that's
for
enough.
mystic.
Being a ability that Khamu naturally does have, it's not too much of a stretch to imagine yourself having it in this situation. So why don't you make athletics check, and you get a +4 bonus.
Oh, I don't need it anymore. I rolled a nat 20.
You...
Well... No, go ahead.
If you would have anything you would like to add, in light of your 20...
Nothing, just that the funny dice today.
In that case, you pull ahead, flinging yourself almost in these vaults and bounds down the hallway. You easily pull ahead of the encroaching darkness, turning down the hall, just to see the very kind of weird, almost anatomy of these halls. Very skinny. But as you turn this one, there starts to become a ceiling as you see different kind of almost like chutes leading down, and you see the girl crawling into one of them, almost like a laundry chute, small little kind of like vent opening.
Well, Tom will crawl down the same chute as well.
You immediately kind of haul through. You hear the footsteps behind you, but you crawl down into this vent chute as everything grows very, very dark. And you hear these steps echo down the hall. The only light being out from under this place that you are scrunched and hunched into, as you see it kind of get darker outside, and you hear the sound of boots. The perspective suddenly shifting as if you are almost like a mouse hiding underneath of a cabinet, as you see large kind of just the bottom soles of these very kind of polished, nice boots hit the ground, thundering echo around you as you hold your breath. You suddenly feel the presence next to you of, very hard to see, you can almost only see the silhouette and these kind of large, dark obsidian eyes looking at you. She holds up a hand. Can I get a stealth check from Khamu?
Well, stealth checks are what we're built to be, I suppose. 26 for stealth.
You hold your breath as you see these the footsteps just in your view stop right at where you are. For a second, you hear the cocking of the gun once again. On the floor, kind of bouncing just a little, this electronic bullet casing, still kind of smoking from the last shot, before the footsteps head down the hallway, leaving your small little hiding place, and the world begins to get just a little bit brighter. For now, safe. Mercy!
Graphs. Go ahead.
You have now, the room number, 302 for 1 Hawk Springwell. You try and find, once again, this kind of like maze-like structure, as you try and search for the stairs. Can you give me a survival check, please?
Can I read? Oh, can I do my? I don't want to waste it. I'll 1.
Yeah, I don't think your 1d4 inspiration would have helped you there. You
Somebody shot a child.
You start going down the hallway. No kind of maps in this place, as you are trying to figure out what floor you're on. You head over back to kind of like the ward wing where you were, and you look at the room numbers that say like 111, -23. Is one that's just several characters. Smiley face, just completely nonsense numbers that don't seem to say anything. And you are just looking for a stairwell. When you feel kind of your legs grow tired as you realize that you are actually walking up a very slight gradient, almost as the hallway goes up very slightly.
Okay. Maybe this is like a hallway and stairs combined into one. I'm just gonna start looking for more rune numbers.
You take another step and the incline increases.
Uh-oh. I guess I start trying to hold onto the wall to help me.
Yeah, why don't we make a check for this?
Or you can just do
Give
no check.
me... No, let's do some acrobatics.
I just want to find my child. 21.
You begin to hold onto the sides of the walls as you start heading up. Every step getting higher and higher. You eventually feel almost as if like a 60-degree incline as you like look like right up to where now the end of the hallway sits, far, far away.
Okay, this is not working. But that's the end though, right? That's the well, you said it's far still though, right?
Let's see. The kind of weird geometries of this space. It's difficult to tell how these hallways seem to last for miles. They're just long kind of stretches of this linoleum tile. You take another step and you feel your foot almost slide backwards.
Okay, I want to try to hang on to a doorknob or something.
Okay. Suddenly, underneath of you, the floor continues to tilt, going further and further. Your foot begins to slip. Can I get a, You said you are hanging on to the doorknob. So... Yeah, let's do a raw strength check.
Ew.
How many pull-ups can Mercy do?
Not many, man. 9. Don't let me fall, please.
The floor slips out from under you as the hallway is now a complete 90-degree vertical space. A long, almost elevator chute. You look down, you cannot see the bottom as you are hanging on to the side of this door. As it flips open, actually, jolting you down as suddenly your fingers slip off of the door handle, and you begin falling in free fall down this chute.
God, can I use dream powers? Can I imagine like a mattress at the bottom?
Why don't you go ahead and make a mystic check at disadvantage?
Man. What's going on? 17.
17 is pretty good with disadvantage. You kind of reach into your mind as you are suddenly falling frantically from this space, this kind of fear gripping you, as you try and think back to what you had done in your dream before, how you were able to like kind of manifest things, control the state. It's very difficult, being as this is not your nightmare to face, but you plead and you try to imagine a mattress. You are quickly hitting the wall that splits off to where you had gone from the foyer to this patient ward. Let's see.
For 1 damage.
Oh, it's not going to be 1 damage. It is going to be half, though, which is very fortuitous for you.
Yay! Ooh, damn.
Okay. This
Mitchell,
is
please,
going
I'm
to
just trying to save
be...
Hot.
Oh, I know. Don't worry, I know your intentions. This is going to be 36 halved. It's 18 points of falling damage. As you, just before you hit the ground, you see a very kind of light, almost ethereal mattress manifest. You hit it, feathers explode everywhere.
Yeah, okay, well, at least I'm not dead. Where am I now? What's around me?
Give me a perception check.
I'm about to start blasting the theme song that was stuck in Hawk's head.
The Tiplin Toys theme.
Yes.
Twice.
29.
You lift your head from the mattress, very like world still kind of spinning, as you find yourself not actually on the wall of the reception desk or of the hallway. You lift your head from the medical cot that you find yourself in now, as you are in a patient room.
I don't like hospitals. I'm a healthy person, so I get up immediately. What room number am I in?
You jolt out of the bed as you kind of look around you. There are 3 different medical cots in this room, all empty. They have kind of little patient's files in front of them. You head over to the door to see that you are in room negative 100.
Oh my gosh. What? Can I use dream logic to make that positive?
Why don't you make a mystic check at disadvantage?
Now, before I do that, I want to check the patient things. Does anybody say Hawk's name?
Very well. You head over to... There's a couple of things actually in this room. These 3 kind of cots are completely empty, but they do have medical... You know, they have little patients' files on them. A couple of them are completely scribbled out, all of kind of the names filled out, almost in this like doctor-like handwriting that you can't exactly read. Only one of them, though, at the bed that you were sitting in actually, is legible as you see your patient file.
Is there a Sharpie around? Do I have a Sharpie?
I will give you a Sharpie in this situation.
Yes. Okay.
I would say there's like, I mean, you are kind of in, there's a pen attached to the patient file. Well, let me tell you, there are words on your on the patient file already. The only thing that is legible, is, the following on the patient file, the bed that you had just stepped in.
What? Obscurity? That is enough. Is that enough for his last name? Hold on. Yes, I think this was Hawk's name. Type of obscurity. That's not true. Hawk, if you're listening, you know, we value and love you, okay? And, like, Mercy starts doodling a cute picture of Hawk. And it says, I'm gonna try crossing out obscurity and say, good word. Success. Prosperity. Prosperity.
You take the pen, it being kind of in this dream state, so I will let you easily cross out or write whatever you would like on the patient file with the pen provided.
Okay. And I also cross out the abysmal and replace it with loved.
You do that, crossing kind of it out, and writing in your own things. suddenly you feel kind of a warmth kind of bubble up. That there's been this constant kind of tightness in your chest since you have arrived here. But you feel it lighten a little bit. You can turn your 1d4 into a 1d6 inspiration.
Yeah! I'm gonna beat this dungeon! Okay, but now I want to use my mystical powers to get it to +1. Can I just change it to +302 just directly?
What do you mean by directly? It is
Wait.
kind of like a plaque.
Wait, if this was Hawk's bed, why is he in a different room? Is that just like where his key currently is? Okay. Thanks, DM. I'll figure it out myself.
Let me just tell you that the scene before, you were in a hallway that went vertical, so...
Oh,
the
fine.
logic in this place is not exactly sound.
Okay, I don't think I can change a 1 into a 3, so I'm just gonna use the pen. I'm just gonna snap the pen off the clipboard thing and do a little plus sign around the minus.
Make a mystic check flat.
3 flat.
Just not an advantage or a disadvantage.
Okay, 24.
That is enough. As you kind of head over to this door and you make a little plus sign, and you open the door. Looking out, you see all the rooms kind of outside next to you are 100, 101, 102, 103, kind of going up.
Yeah. Okay. I want to run before the hallway becomes vertical again. I can do it this time.
So you are just going to try and run until you hit 302 as your plan.
Oh, that's 200 rooms, maybe. Okay, I'll run into 202 and then try to change the 2 into a 3.
Okay. With your dream pen in hand, you begin running. Why don't you make an athletics check for me?
Oh my gosh, man. So many doors. That's okay, Hawk. I'm coming. 23.
Do it again.
What? Rachel, why'd you make me do it again? 10?
Yeah, so, you start running, ahead, trying to, thinking about, your time in Validity High on the track team. You start bolting down this hallway. And as you do, you are not paying attention to kind of your surroundings. You are just trying to book it to at least the 200s. Maybe you can do something there. And you don't notice as the further you go down this hallway, the more and more clocks there are on the walls. You head down far more than you would ever need in a normal hospital, in any normal space. All kind of ticking down, some going backwards, some going double time. The sound of ticking fills your mind. Can I get a will save from you?
26.
You feel a tightness in your chest coming back once again as you continue, especially with the running, starting to get even more difficult to breathe. But you see up ahead the 200s. They are coming up right next to you.
Yes. Be quiet, clocks. I can do this. I beeline for it.
Okay. You rush towards the door, the first one of 200, as you go to the handle and click it, and it is locked.
What? Do I have... do I have like a bobby pin or something?
You have 30 seconds.
What? What? I want to draw the 3 and then try again.
Make a mystic check.
Oh my god. 28.
Alright. You go over and you start frantically scribbling down a 3 on the side of the door. You suddenly go to reach out and realize that you cannot breathe.
What? Is the door opening? Open the door. Try again.
Can I get a strength check from Mercy?
Oh my gosh. I don't have any bonuses. Oh, 19, please.
You head to the door and you start to feel your lungs kind of gasping for air before the door clicks open and you fall in, taking a huge gasp of air.
Oh my gosh. Close the door. Get that. I don't know what's out there, man.
You shut it behind you. It kind of shakes the room as you are once again in another kind of patient's room. Again, kind of these 3 cots with kind of illegible, patient's logs, patient's charts. The central bed, however, while the other 2 are kind of completely clean and empty, the middle bed is full of flowers and cards and different kinds of like little kind of paper pamphlets and different types of cards and fruit baskets and those kind of things, just all piled on top of the central bed.
Can I pick one up and read it?
You head over to, there are a couple different ones. The first one you see is a kind of very nice white sterile card that says in kind of like block text letters on it, get well soon.
That's nice. Does it say who it's addressed to?
You open it up and inside written is just get well soon. And there's, it's actually got a couple of pages in it.
Okay, what are the other pages? Is it just...
You flip to the next one, get well soon. And the next one says get well soon. And then the next one says get well soon. And you flip back to the previous one, it says get well soon twice, almost as if it was misprinted. You flip back, it says it 3 times and 4 times, as you suddenly ink begins dripping down the front of the cover of this card, as you see the text flowing off of the pane into a river, kind of touching your hands, and it burns almost like kind of an acid. You take 6 points of damage as you kind of drop the card, and this ink begins to pool out from it, these letters kind of coalescing into a large pit.
Oh. Can I look down the pit? What's down there?
It kind of coalesces into complete inky, like, blackness, almost like Vanta Black. It's almost hard to tell if it's almost like a puddle, if you will, of whatever this is, as it begins to flow off of the bed.
Oh, ew. Can I leave the room? Oh, Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a card before and, like, try and rewrite it.
The card is kind of, you see it sticking up almost like, as if it is dropped into this, like, a puddle that is slowly forming.
Okay, I'm gonna try and pick it up without touching the puddle.
Okay. Can you give me a, let's see, I want to say straight dexterity. Yeah, let's do some straight dexterity. You're just trying to reach it without getting burned.
Okay, I can do that. 21.
That is just good enough as you kind of like reach over before the pool is quickly growing, and you reach out and you kind of pluck it up out of the ink. It's the card, just as usual, get well soon, kind of continuing as almost it is being written on the card as you kind of pick it up just by the corner.
I want to try writing in it if I can.
What would you like to do?
I want to write, You're the coolest pilot ever.
Okay. Make a mystic check flat.
26.
You hold this card in your hand, and you begin to write. The ink is still flowing from it continuously. It is kind of like the source of this thing, and so as it hurts to write on it as it kind of like soaks into your sleeves and your hands. So you're going to take 8 points of damage.
Ow!
But you kind of struggle through it. You try to write. It's black on black. You can't really see it, but you put your intent into the card as you write. You are the coolest pilot ever. That's what you write on the card.
Yes.
You can't even see it really through all the ink. But as you kind of continue to write, the ink as it's flowing from the card slows into almost just a kind of a drip before it stops altogether.
Okay, I hug the card and I'm like, Hawk, you do so much cool stuff. Ow! You know what? Love hurts, okay? I'll endure it. Look at how much you've accomplished, Hawk. You're a pilot. You're a space pirate. You've made so many friends. I love you, Hawk.
The card kind of at your chest burns a little bit. It does hurt, and in fact, you're going to take more damage from this.
No!
You're going to take another 8 points of damage as you feel it kind of burn at your chest. However, as you do take this damage, you suddenly feel it burns, but it suddenly grows kind of more like a warmth, like a kind of like soft glow, almost as if you soothe the card itself. You can turn your 1d6 into a 1d8 inspiration.
Yeah! Oh, I think it would be so much. This is going to be really hard, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway.
Can I just... Where is Hawk, bro? I'm at the room.
You were at 300.
I will start singing.
You were at room 300, by the way.
You're at room 300.
Oh, okay. I want to leave. 2 more rooms. I want to hold my breath just in case, and then die.
Okay. You go over to the door handle, and you jiggle it. It is locked.
No! Is there anything else in the room, like a vent or anything?
Why don't you give me a perception check?
Okay. No, feel free to go to Khamu now, because now I'm getting nervous.
Don't be. Why would you be nervous?
Why would you be nervous?
Oh, it's 12.
You start to scrounge around somewhere, kind of avoiding, there's still that, like, fucking ink puddle, on the ground. As you begin to look around, there are kind of, perhaps some vents that you see, but when you kind of, like, get closer to them, it's like they're not even, it's like as if they've been painted into the ceiling. And there are, you are in a kind of patient's room, so anything you can, there's like a cabinet, probably with some medical supplies, there's these cots. That middle bed still has a bunch of, other cards, fruit baskets, etc., kind of piled up in the middle.
I would like, can something to restore my stamina, please. Anything in the medical cabinets, or maybe eating fruit will magically heal me.
There are a couple things. So there is like a fruit basket in the middle bed. Kind of going over to the cabinets, you kind of click it open and mountains of pill bottles kind of fall out onto you. You kind of like different kind of metal, like syringes, inhalers, and those kind of things. Every time you look at the label, it is illegible.
Right. Let's close that back up. Let's not mess with those. I'm gonna eat a banana.
Oh, actually, as you start to close it, you feel resistance. You kind of look up bottles continue to fall out of the cabinet, even more so than any cabinet could possibly withhold. As you begin to struggle, as more and more of them begin to pile up on the floor.
Oh my gosh, time to go! I grab my banana and try to ram the door.
Okay, can I get a strength check from you?
20!
You look over to see the mountain of pill bottles begin to pile up, starting to like fill up the entirety of the room. You rush over to the basket, take the first fruit you see, and immediately try to bull rush this door. What is Mercy thinking in this point in time?
I'm thinking, wow, there's so much trauma here. I have to get to Hawk right now. Move, door!
Without even touching the door, as your mind kind of screams, move door, the door bursts open, as you are now back in the hallway.
Okay, holding breath, running to 302.
You hold your breath, this kind of like adrenaline, within your body. Not out of fear this time, but out of determination, as you run over to room 302.
And then to Khamu!
You know, I think that is a good Invent a Khamu segue. You see, previously, by the way, you had only changed door 200 to 300, but now as you exit the room, you see that you are in the 300s range, and you see room 302 ahead of you. And Khamu, you finally let out a breath of relief, as finally this entity has passed. And you are now sitting here, crouched in this almost kind of dark space.
The face that we saw.
I don't know why you're here. You shouldn't be here. You kind of turn to see, still kind of crouched with you in this darkness, again, this silhouette of this Kasathan girl that you had seen running through the halls.
Meridian from that the arboreal garden?
Make a perception check. Or, you know what, give me a sense motive, actually.
Fascinating. Gladly. Sense motive, that is a 25 for sense motive.
You crawl out from this underspace. The girl following with you, as you see where you had previously been. You remember kind of rushing through these hallways, and then falling underneath of like these different kind of crawl spaces. But when you come out now, you notice you actually crawl out from underneath like a table, one of these kind of like side tables or these side kind of cabarets that have, you know, been listlessly, randomly populating these halls. And as you do, this Kasathan girl follows you. She does have kind of a lavender-hued tone, just kind of the inklings of maybe tattoos on her scalp. Kind of in this, again, this white garb, kind of like a nice, almost like a church or school outfit. She is much younger. You would probably place her around the human equivalent of like 12 or 13.
Hug the baby.
But she does resemble, well, Meridian, whether that be the real Meridian or they look very similar, so.
If you are here, then where is Aria?
What? What are you talking about? Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Aria.
Oh,
there
What?
are suddenly, as you are kind of thinking about what is going on here, there are more footsteps down the hall, and this girl gets very scared. She kind of turns to you and she starts tugging you in a direction. We can't stay here for long. She's gonna be back.
Oh, who's going to be back?
I don't know. The hunter.
Who is the hunter? Have you seen their face? Have you seen her face?
She stalks in the shadows, and she's got quite a temper, and I don't know why she wants me dead. I'm sure of it. And she'll want you dead too if you're here. There's every time we have to run as she begins to pull you down in one direction. You being quite much larger than her, she can't exactly force you to go anywhere. So eventually she kind of lets go of your hand and she starts to run down the hallway. The kind of pitter-patter of her footsteps on the floor.
Khamu's going to try to, in this split, well, it's not a split second, but Khamu's going to try to think back to the shots that they took from the hunter. Do those shots feel like Meridians do a neutron pistol?
Make a... Let's see, you're trying to tell what type of weapon it is. So let's give you... Athletics. I would say this is physical science.
Wait, so Meridian's real name is Aria?
Okay, 14, physical science. 22 for physical science.
You think back to the shots that you had taken when you were rushing down this hallway. You do know it was an energy type shot, considering that you had taken this energy damage, and you do think it was cold damage that you had taken. Actually, you will recall that when you were hiding underneath this table, this cabinet, that the hunter had ejected a shell, essentially, of the type of bullet. And that shell, as you kind of lean down on the floor, picking it up, see the casing of some kind of neutron cold type shell that would be something that you think Meridian's neutron pistols would use.
We see. Which direction is the darkness that's coming?
It is always behind you, but the young girl has run off. Well, you have taken this time to examine kind of the where you are in the casing on the ground.
Always a chase with you, isn't it? Khamu looks towards the shadow and say, Meridian.
You kind of look out behind you to where you had felt footsteps again. Something had been chasing after you this whole time, but you look back out behind you, and it is empty.
You can hear us. You can get to us. This is your dream, after all.
You get the feeling that you are speaking to no one.
We keep running. Will we find you at the end?
Can I get a perception check from you, Khamu?
Sure. A3 for perception.
You get the feeling that actually, when you speak to no one, there is almost as if the entity that had been following you perhaps wasn't following you at all. It is chasing after something else entirely. You are completely alone in this hallway.
Alright. To the chase. And Khamu's going to run towards the direction where or Aria had gone to.
Very well. Give me an athletics check, please.
You can't let the baby die, Jay.
18.
You start to head off in the direction, getting the feeling that it is not just you who is running after Arya, it has been quite a while since you've been sitting here. You had tried to confront, this darkness, and so she has gotten a bit of a lead on you. It is going to be a little bit difficult to track her, so I'm going to, need a survival check from you as you try to track her down.
Interesting. Survival. 16.
It is very difficult to track anything in this maze. Like, you kind of reach out again for that keen sense of smell that Khamu has, trying to search out that kind of like cottony smell as you had before. You wind your way down different corridors, but you find yourself kind of hopelessly lost in these stretching out hallways. You come across like a couple of dead ends where you go down a completely empty hallway, only to find that there is just like a large kind of this white bureau that is blocking you in your path. Kind of walking around, you see large kind of these pearlescent columns that are just in the middle of these different hallways.
Why are you being chased? Where? And Cole instead try to sense Hunter instead of the girl.
Switching tracks, okay. Yeah, give me another survival then.
Fascinating. Much better this time. 27 for survival.
You instead try to switch gears. You haven't actually, when you kind of close your eyes and you reach out, all of this time, all you hear in the background is echoing, now kind of distinctly two steps of footsteps, one kind of heavier, other kind of the pitter-patter of a light footfall. They echo across this hallway, almost impossible to tell where they're coming from, but you think if you concentrated, you just might be able to pick them out from each other. You kind of try to listen for any direction, kind of feeling, is it stronger this way? Listlessly kind of like walking around. What you do find eventually, as you keep walking, trying to follow the sound of footsteps, it's difficult to tell it apart by sound alone, but you eventually reach a bureau that has been kind of cracked in half, almost as if it was like a ceramic figure, not even like a real drawer, that is kind of just empty and completely shattered. The edges of it are kind of smoking in this a little bit like red hue. It is hot to the touch.
Come opens the drawer.
You open kind of it as much as you can. It kind of falls apart in your hands as you tear it open. It burns a little bit. Can I get a fortitude save from Khamu?
Interesting. Ooh, that's a good roll. 25 for fortitude.
You feel kind of almost as if it has just been like hit, still kind of smoking. You quickly kind of open it, withstanding the heat for a minute. For a brief moment, Khamu, as you reach out, there's kind of dissonance about feeling something that you shouldn't have felt. But you manage to pull open the bureau. Falling out from it, kind of smoldering, is a little kind of handwritten note. Edges of it still kind of singed. The only, like a little yellow sticky note, the only kind of form of color in this place. All that it is written in kind of a hastily scribbled font is this.
Rats need to stay out of the kitchen. It was too strange a hallway to be a kitchen. Khamu remembers the girl in white who's running away. Was she the rat? And is there anything else in the drawer?
That is it.
We need more context. Come will resume tracking the footsteps of tracking the two distinct footsteps.
The footsteps are kind of hard to tell apart. It is very difficult. Again, the acoustics in this place kind of seem to reverberate around everywhere. But what ticked you off is that this is kind of like a trail of debris almost when you track down the hunter. Like this cabinet has been shot very clearly. There's kind of, you see again those kind of cracks in the wall of bullets that have hit, perhaps missing their mark.
Missing their mark. Huh. Can come follow the track of bullets and, well, of damage, of debris instead.
I would say you can. You try, again, switching your tactics to try and follow the carnage instead. You head down, eventually you find yourself the space opening up once again, from these kind of like narrow claustrophobic hallways to again this large kind of ornate empty parlor, these columns that kind of reach up into nowhere. You kind of step foot on the ground, and suddenly you find yourself where you thought you were just listlessly walking. You feel kind of water, the faint, like almost like just an inch of water underfoot, as you see a thin layer of this kind of little reflective surface covers almost the entire floor, stretching out.
Water. Where? This is why we don't like dreams. In this room, is there anyone else?
There isn't anyone else. As you're kind of in this open area with these columns, but as you kind of continue walking, you almost didn't even notice it. How could you have not? As you kind of step back, as you almost bump into, stepping back, this large kind of marble statue obelisk in the shape of this Kasathan woman. As you realize that you actually make a... what would we call this?
It's
Make a raw intelligence.
It's the hallway. Raw intelligence. That's not bad. 16 for raw intelligence.
It is not the hallway again. It is, it's a large statue of this Kasathan woman that you instantly recognize as being... You've seen this before, albeit in kind of gold when you had last seen it, and now it's in this kind of stark opal. It is the kind of memoriam statue for Sonata that you had seen in Adari. And as you kind of step back, this room very oddly mimics that room that you, this kind of like thin sheet of water on the floor. You see actually kind of a couple of plants, not real plants, almost like porcelain plants that kind of stick up in odd places that they shouldn't be.
I don't claim to know nothing of family. But you have been a terrible parent. And you don't deserve that praise. Khamu will use imaginative power to deface the statue.
Give me a mystic check flat.
Wow, that is cool. Alright. Mystic. 22. That was a good roll.
Despite not having, perhaps not being the most imaginative of people, Khamu, you feel an anger, perhaps, on behalf of someone you believe deserves better. What does Khamu imagine happening with this kind of dream state, lucid power?
Rest of the statue still stands, but the phase begins to sand away. Huh? What did you say?
Draw mustache.
We all know what Mercy would do in this situation.
Yeah, we all know what Mercy would do.
The little
With the
devil
face-
Mercy on your shoulder, Khamu.
Or the faces begins to sand away. And the dust dissipates. When the dust dissipates, the statue has it has a head with a hollow face.
The face erode very, very Khamu, actually, very Khamu style. The face kind of erodes into sand. It begins to mist away. Kasathan's not really showing their faces too much anyway with their masks, but you see those kind of bold statuesque eyes disappear, the chin, the mouth perhaps just showing beneath the mask erodes away, leaving nothing behind but a hole, and you feel perhaps a small sense of, although the world may be very unjust on the outside, a small sense of justice. You may add 1d4 inspiration to your inventory.
Oh, we're 1d4 behind, but that's alright. Where is her inventory? There we go.
You're 1d4 behind because you didn't hug the baby!
There's a lot going on.
I wasn't the type to hug someone who I don't know. Doesn't know them.
Khamu, you are in a very open area. Kind of once again, this is not like the hallways that you had just been traversing. This is like just a large kind of open space.
Zoromite looks just like Horsath building on Eatery. Then that means Khamu's going to look for the hidden door.
you start going to where, and previously there didn't seem to be any walls in this space, almost as if it went on ad infinitum, but you remember this room, and so you head over to the back wall where you had gone through, where Meridian had gone through, to plot her revenge. And as you do, it kind of fades into view, this edge, and just where you would imagine it would be, a hairline fracture outlining a door.
We'll picture the door opening.
That'd be a mystic check.
Actually, Khamu will probably picture the skeleton key instead.
Also good. Make a mystic check. We'll do it flat.
Flat. A 20, not nat.
You think into your mind and you try to picture that skeleton key, the thing that you had physically used to get in here, and you feel more so than see this kind of small, almost like USB little card in your hand.
This belongs to you, but I suppose we'll use it again. And Khamu will picture themselves opening the door.
I don't think you have to. You kind of head over to the door, imagining, or not even so much the intent of just summoning this key here, perhaps enough, as the door, much like the statue, begins to fade, disintegrating into this sand, leaving another narrow white hallway.
What's with all the strange lighting? We don't remember the place being so bright.
It definitely was not. And it is just then, Khamu, you hear an ear-splitting screech, far off, echoing down the hall.
Khamu will start rushing towards the end of the hall.
So you do. Mercy. You are in the hospital.
We can finish Khamu.
No.
No?
You are in the hospital still. Now, this time, you have kind of a burst of adrenaline as you are rushing down towards room 302, just in your sight, holding your breath just in case. As you, banana in hand, you rush over to room 302 and you fling it open.
Hawk, I'm here!
You yell out, "Hawk, I'm here," to no one. As you see, in front of you, there is a singular bed, in this room. And on it, kind of completely empty, aside from the singular medical cot, a single IV bag, kind of dripping on the floor next to it. There is a neat little, kind of like a postcard, a little pamphlet, if you will, laying on the bed.
I picked it up, prepared for more burning. Read it.
You prepare yourself. You pick up the note, to find that it is actually does not burn, but it is a funeral notice.
What? Ignoring? What? No, I need to rewrite this one too. Hawk, come out here, man. I can say these things to your face. Okay. I will try the rewrite method again. I'm gonna write funeral to birthday who born too smart and did amazing things all of his life.
Sorry, so what is that fully? That's please join us. What is it?
In the birthday. Sorry, please join us in attending the birthday of. I'll keep the X's. Who? What did I say? Who?
You are writing
who
this
was
in
born
real
too
time.
smart.
There are several
Yeah.
crossed out marks.
In attending. Okay, please join us in attending the birthday of Hawk Springwell, who was born too smart and did amazing things all his life.
Can I have you make a mystic check at disadvantage, please?
Disadvantage.
Mhm.
When I got a good roll too.
That is the tragedy.
He's 13.
You scribble out the words kind of with your pen, and as you do, you start to scribble, and then the tip of the pen snaps.
No. Yeah. Okay, see, Hawk, this is why I can just tell it to you in your face. Come, Hawk, accept my love.
You kind of look out around the hospital room, and it is empty.
Okay. But does it say location of where the funeral is gonna happen?
It does not.
Is there anything else of importance in the room?
There is, it is very kind of, when you were in the other rooms, they had more stuff, but this room seems to be devoid of anything. Just this medical cot and this note on the bed.
Is the IV dripping, like, leading to somewhere? Like, did someone pull it out and there's, like, a bunch of drops leading somewhere?
Make a perception check.
29.
You go over to the IV drip, and notice actually, what you had overlooked before, that the tube actually for the IV leads down, and you know that you were in the hallway before and you did not see anything, but now as you are looking at it, this the drip kind of leads down onto the floor and leads out of the room.
Damn it, Hawk! I'm trying to find you! Stop moving! I'll go out and follow the drops.
You head out and you follow. Not even.
Oh,
drops,
before I
it's
do
like,
that, I want to tear up the funeral thing.
You tear up the card before you leave.
Yeah, okay.
You head out into the hallway, where it's not even like the it's not even like a dripping, like a pile of liquid or a puddle or anything. It is like the actual line seems to lead out as you follow the tubing further and further, kind of like doggedly following it. Can I get a survival check from you?
Mm. 20, not natural.
It is very easy to follow a string in a labyrinth as you kind of trail down this, picking up kind of the line, following it, until eventually you don't even notice. You kind of look up as you are brushing aside, almost like hanging from the ceiling, almost it seems like, more of this kind of like IV tubing. As you begin to push through further and further, almost like a jungle of this mess. You don't even see the walls anymore as you are just pushing through these vines, if you will, of tubing.
Hawk, please! I just want to talk to you!
You yell that out to nowhere as you try to push through. Can I get a will save from you?
Oh, my health is getting low! Can I eat my banana?
If you would like to do something with your banana, you do have it in your hand in a death grip.
Yes, I want to eat my banana. See, and then think about healing, like the video games I played where I heal
Make
Eating
a
food.
mystic check, please.
Okay, it's 20 for both, not natural for either.
Okay.
Survival and will and mist.
For the mystic check, you start to look down at this banana. You, for a minute, you feel it rot in your hand, kind of turning
Ew.
into sludge, before you quickly scarf it down, before it can fully, dissipate. You get 3 points of health back.
I kind of regret that. Where's the psychological damage from that?
You take them 3 points of psychological damage, so it's a net neutral. It is not a good eating experience.
And I got 20 for will.
24 will, you once again feel your chest begin to tighten. Not as you feel kind of your breath start to come out in short gasps. You hear the clock starting to tick louder and louder.
Get away, man! You're not my TikTok! My TikTok was better than all of you clocks!
Can I get an intimidation check from Mercy, actually?
Very intimidating. So 20 again, not natural.
Nothing happened. You yell out into the void, pushing kind of through continuously, as you feel, well, the more actually you start to yell, you kind of feel your voice start to fade away as it gets harder to take in more air, to scream at the clocks, as you are frantically pushing through, this forest of IV tubing. And eventually you feel almost as if your throat close up.
I should have taken an inhaler. Can I imagine an inhaler?
Make a mystic check at disadvantage.
Oh my. Ours and Khamu get natural 20. Screw your Wait, do I still have to roll?
Yes, you still have to roll.
No!
That is the treacherous.
What did you say it was, Mystic?
Yes, mystic.
Oh my god!
Well, hey,
17?
basically, it's like you can't get lower. 17's a pretty good on a disadvantage.
Yeah.
But you don't
My
get a 20,
bonus.
so you try to picture in your hand an inhaler. You're not really familiar with them, aside from the one that Hawk uses. So you try to kind of picture it in your mind, and you have kind of since stopped in the middle of this place, but you just see it kind of materialize very faintly in your hand.
Okay, I don't know how this thing works. Shake it and spray.
You shake it and just start spraying it.
No, into my mouth.
For those of you who are first-time inhaler users, you know that using an inhaler actually for the first time is a bit of a difficult challenge. Oh my gosh, this would be perfect for a medical check.
Oh gosh. We don't have too bad. 26.
You begin to shake it. So, here's what's going to happen. You are still struggling to breathe, so you are going to take 3 points of damage as you begin to feel that kind of asphyxia go in. That is beforehand. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. As you shake the inhaler, and you spray it into your mouth, abating the damage that you would have taken this turn.
Great.
You fool! Should have imagined a diving gear, a whole scuba diving set. Anyways.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Well, you know what? I'm closer to Hawk this way. All right, we're the same now. I just keep pushing on through.
You continue to push through, kind of beating back the effects of your lungs kind of tightening in your chest with this inhaler. Eventually, you click it and it goes empty. Just a spray of gas, kind of the last bit of it has. But eventually, you keep pushing and you break through the tubing and you fall suddenly out of the hospital somewhere else completely as you hit the ground and you look up and find yourself out in deep space on an asteroid. The stars kind of glitter coldly above you.
Hello? Do I
Your
recognize
voice echoes. Why don't you give me a raw intelligence check? I'll tell you if you recognize anything.
Mercy is not big brained. 4.
You do not recognize this place.
No.
It is very cold out here. Despite not being able to have any atmosphere, you feel like a cold wind. You kind of shiver as you look out. The tightness in your lungs having abated, but you see kind of nothing around you.
Can I guess where this is? Is this a space goblin place?
It is a random asteroid in the middle of space, so that could be a number of places. It is desolate. When you look out over the horizon, you can't even see any planets nearby. All the stars look the same. You can't even really spot the sun from here.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just start walking and call out for Huck. Huck, please, man, I've been running for hours.
You start walking out, the cold kind of chilling your bones. Eventually you come across a metal chair that seems to be tipped over on the ground, perhaps by the wind. Kind of looking up ahead, you see kind of more signs of structures.
I don't like this chair. I'm taking the chair because it's just, I don't know. I'm taking the chair and going to the structures.
You're taking the chair. You are dragging the chair with you because it is alone out there, and no one deserves to be alone. The screeching of the metal on this rock as you begin to haul it over. But eventually you see where it had come from. You see rows, actually, of these metal chairs kind of lined up. Some of them haphazardly tipped over. A couple of them still managed to stand upright, kind of askew. All of them empty. And up ahead, kind of a tattered walkway leading up to it is an open casket.
Inside. I'm gonna delay it a little bit. I want to summon green paper mache.
Make a mystic check at disadvantage, please.
Dude, you like paper mache. 15.
You try to think of green paper mache in your mind, and as you do, you get shaken with another chill, bone deep chill.
So I don't get it?
You do not get it.
Fine. It's not in the world, but I imagine that the chair gets green ears, and I put the chair near the other chair so it has friends, and then I walk to the casket.
You go over, kind of pushing the chair up next to the others, nice in a neat row, as you imagine the green chair there with the rest of them. It makes you feel a little bit better.
Yes. And now I must prepare for the casket. So I'm gonna freak. I'll just use one eye. I close one eye.
You approach the casket. Barely even looking at it, one eye as you head over, peering over the top, just the lid of it slightly ajar, as you look in and find it empty.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Is there anybody else around? Anything around?
As you kind of look in the casket, seeing that it is empty, at this very lonesome funeral service, you do actually hear a voice, the first real voice, not the whispers of dissonance from the hospital, nor the whispers of medical prognoses that you had heard from the walls, but a familiar voice. No one showed up.
Hey! Hawk, I'm here.
You turn around. You had almost not even noticed him before, thinking that this entire funeral service was empty. But Hawk is sitting on a one lone chair amongst hundreds of empty ones, kind of knees up to his chest as he is just staring at the ground.
I immediately run up to him. Hawk, I've been looking everywhere for you. Are you okay?
Hawk is almost... it's almost like he doesn't even see you, kind of just despondent. He is just sitting there staring at the casket.
Oh, I want to sit next to him. And, side hug.
You kind of sit next to him, kind of pulling him into a little bit of hug as you both sit down at this empty funeral service. He feels very cold to the touch, almost as if he's made of stone. But he jolts a little bit, kind of like the first sign that he has noticed someone else's presence here. But he does not say anything.
You know what? Okay, I get up and I stand. Is there like a stage or a microphone somewhere?
Yeah, I'd say it's like as if you had taken out perhaps a small little, there's a row going up to where the casket is, kind of like a center stage.
Okay, I go up there and I start speaking. Hello, everyone, friends and family. We are gathered here today to celebrate not celebrate, but mourn for Hawk. I already messed up.
Sorry.
Thank God that bitch is dead.
He is still alive and well in our hearts and will be forevermore. You know who Hawk was to me? He wasn't a patient in a hospital bed. He got up and he explored the galaxy. He could have sat there and died and be sick and lonely and depressed. But he got the courage to make friends and become an adventurer. Do you know how many situations a pilot of the Silent Star has gotten us out of? I wouldn't be around without him. I'm a mess. Did you see how I started the speech? I'll just leave it up to that. Can I start imagining audience members?
Make a diplomacy check, I was going to tell you.
Yeah. I'm good at diplomacy. Okay, 22.
As you begin to speak, actually, Mercy, Hawk is still kind of sitting in the chair, kind of despondent, but the longer that you kind of go on, the longer that you begin to speak, you hear kind of the wind kind of abates for a minute, and you feel a little bit warmer as you continue to speak. And as you do, you get to the part where you say, how many times has the Hawk bailed us out of something? And you hear, though you don't see anything, kind of murmurs of assent. Continue your speech, please.
Assent? What is that?
Like murmur, like of agreement.
Oh!
Hawk ascends to heaven immediately. You never see him again. No, like as if there are voices of people attending a funeral service, although you can't really see them.
Rachel, don't make me do more speech, man. I'm not a speech person. Hawk has been my strongest supporter as a captain. I am not the best captain, I will admit that. But every time, he still listens to my commands, to my nonsense, to my ramblings, and that is what makes me a better captain.
There's laughter from the audience.
If it weren't for Hawk, how would we be gathered here today? How would we be connected with one another? We are here to support Hawk. Hawk Springwell.
As you kind of see, you start to see silhouettes almost of people kind of sitting in the audience, kind of looking to you, nodding their heads, kind of speaking to each other quietly.
Rachel, please. No.
How are you gonna end it?
We may have gathered here for a funeral, but I say we should change this into a resurrection.
Make a
Hawk, please.
Make
Get
a
up here.
diplomacy check, please.
And help me stop talking. 2024.
You say these words as you look over to Hawk and you point at him, and for the first time he in this dream state, he's kind of looking at you, he's seeing you, and suddenly there is the sound of birds and a bright blue sky ahead of you, and an audience full of people, as almost in a blink both of you are kind of standing in front of this stage, almost not a funeral service, as it were, this kind of large elaborate stage out, birds chirping, everyone in the audience is standing up and clapping as you two are standing up here kind of in awe.
I start shaking, Hawk. Oh my gosh, Hawk, do you see how lovely you are?
Mercy, you're here. Where are we? He kind of looks out. Tons of people kind of standing up in the front row. Hawks' family behind them, these silent stars. You see everyone kind of cheering as you two are just kind of standing here.
I would like to. Is Osiris in the audience? Say
sure.
No.
Oh no, you don't want Osiris to be there?
Yeah.
You don't want to?
You know what? I'm gonna say this is Hawk's stream. So there's Captain Halloween. A lot of people you don't recognize, but you see a lot of like the Rangers kind of out here, or at least the forum members. There's a good amount of people you recognize from the audience.
Okay, Mercy will ignore the Osiris, but like, look, Hawk, I'm here. Yes, we're here, and we're all here. We're supporting. Well, okay, I'm the only real one, but we're all supporting you.
I'm sorry. What did you say? You're the only real one?
We're in a dream, Hawk. You have to wake up.
He kind of like looks out at everyone for a second. Things kind of starting to almost like a fog lifting from his eyes. Did you mean all those things you said at the funeral service?
Of course. Yeah.
You know, Mercy, or Dream Mercy, if you're even real, and not just a sad figment of my imagination, you know that even if I wasn't sick, you'd still probably outlive me by quite a bit, right?
But don't even worry about it. We're just gonna live in the now, and I love you now. You're alive now, we're alive now, we're happy.
He kind of gives you a look, and you see a small kind of smile break out on his face. Mercy. I should have expected something like that from you, I guess. Thanks, whether you're real or not.
Don't worry, I'm perfectly real. Now grab my hand and let us get out? Question mark?
What?
There's like, I'm trying to remember how I got it last time. There was just like a shiny door. Oh, imagine a shiny door, Hawk.
You want me
Light.
to imagine a door?
Yeah.
Is
Exit
this
door.
like just a magic, like a dream, like a lucid dream? I don't think I've ever really done that before.
I'm pretty sure it's some entity messing around with us. You know, a lot of scary things happen to us that I don't know how to explain.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? What did you say?
Don't worry about it. Let's focus on escaping.
Well, I'm
Imagine that
sorry.
door,
This
Huck.
is just a dream, right? Like I'm going to wake up and we're going to be at Valandity or something. I don't even know why I'm asking you. I guess you wouldn't know if you were a figment of my imagination.
This isn't a normal dream. You're not gonna just wake up. You have to do something purposefully. Like, I had to kill something, like my fears. Have you ever encountered like a black mass of things? Like,
I cannot
telling you stuff?
tell if I just know you so well enough that I can imagine perfectly what real Mercy would say in this situation, or if somehow Mercy is contacting me through my dreams right now, which crazy implications if that's true.
That is true. I'm very powerful. I have magic powers.
Okay, I'm gonna start imagining a door now so I don't have to think about this too hard. You see him kind of like hold out his hands and kind of concentrate, and kind of appearing, just kind of in the middle of the stage, is this door that it begins to appear. A very simple, kind of almost the door to Hawk's apartment back home.
Oh, what? I don't think that's... Okay, let's go through it anyway.
But you said a door. I mean, this was just the door. He's already like walking over to it. And he starts to open it. I mean, this is, I guess, just the door that came to my mind. Was I supposed to do something
nice.
grand?
That's sweet. I don't think that's the right door, but let's go through it anyways.
It clicks open as it creaks, and there is a blinding light, a warmth that kind of encompasses you. And the last thing you see is Hawk giving you that kind of funny little smile, charmed by your mannerisms, before everything kind of gets engulfed in this bright light.
What was the right door? Did I do it? Rachel? Tell me I did it.
Khamu,
No!
you hear a blood-curdling shriek as you have just now opened the door, the hallway that previously had led further into Korsathco.
Someone there. Meridian? Arya? Can you hear us?
You do not hear a response to you, almost being completely ignored aside from Arya, who had spoken a few words before she had ran. But you, I would say, though everything else it is hard to track in this place, this sound, you hear a gun cocking once again, very clearly straight down this hallway.
Wait. Come, we'll rush towards the end of the hallway.
Can I get an athletics check from you?
20 not nat.
You start running down. Now this time your own footsteps ricocheting loud in your ears. You feel kind of a pounding heartbeat in your chest, one that you're not even sure if you have, as you rush down into, eventually the hallway gets narrower and narrower and narrower, and you have to kind of squeeze your way through it. But eventually you burst out into another large open area. This time, no smoke, no clouds obscuring your vision. You see the girl kind of on the ground, a bright red spot kind of just on her shoulder of blood, and standing kind of over her, a gun cocked. You see the shoes of that figure that you were hiding from, holding your breath to avoid being seen, kind of dressed in a very nice, pristine kind of business suit, almost. A kind of glittering Corsac pin on the lapel. You see Meridian.
Come, we'll not stop, actually. Come, we'll rush between the Meridian and the girl.
You do not stop. You continue hard set, acting perhaps before thinking. You yourself, Khamu, not doing so well in this space, but you rush ahead. This girl kind of on the ground. You can't be here. She'll kill you.
She really is Meridian. She wouldn't.
You see Meridian looks at you with this cold, indifferent gaze. Now you kind of standing in between her, very eerily similarly to what had happened on Korsath, on Adari.
We're sorry for the things that you had to learn the hard way.
Step aside. My business
No.
isn't with you.
The girl behind us is scared.
As she
Meridian.
should be.
Why is she scared?
Because I'm going to eradicate her from this face of the planet.
For what? For the kitchen?
She kind of laughs. There is no laughter in her eyes, a almost despondent huff. No one makes it in this world acting like she does, Khamu. You don't make it to where you are in life by being some weak, sniveling thing on the ground. I am ending it. And if you're going to stand in my way, then you're just going to be another loose end that I'll have to tie up.
It is not the rules that the weak must be eradicated from this world. But it is the reality because we made it to be. We believed the society had made these facades, these harsh things that remind us of the fact that weakness can hurt us. But weakness isn't the sin. It is those who take advantage of it.
It is the problem. Weakness is from which all of our pain stems. If someone had been stronger back then, perhaps we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in. If you had been strong enough to face your fears, to face the problems that you had faced, we wouldn't be in this mess. I am taking out the problem at the source.
But Meridian, at least the Meridian that we remember, she wasn't weak. She was brave.
That's because I killed the weakness inside me. Are you going to be another weakness, Khamu?
Come with sigh and say, you've haunted our nightmare once. It's only fair if we do the same. And Khamu tried to hug Meridian in her dream.
I would like a diplomacy check from you.
Okay.
Hug
22
both of them at the
for-
same time.
You cannot hug both of them at the same time. There's a good probably 7 feet of distance between 10 feet of distance between them.
We
What
couldn't even if we have 4 arms.
That's right. Meridian also outnumbers you in arms. She hugs you as the other hand shoots at Arya. No, what did you get on your diplomacy?
22.
22. You take a step forward. And as you do, you get shot. It is going to be at half damage, though. So you are going to take 9 points of damage as you get shot kind of square in the shoulder where the gun was kind of pointed, trained behind you. I told you you were going to get hurt.
You think that was going to scare us? But we're afraid of pain. Come, we'll get up and take another step forward to get closer.
You see her gaze kind of harden at you for a second, and she's going to fire another shot at you, point blank. You are going to, this time, take 8 points of damage as she fires once again on you. And this does hurt in the dream world. There is a part of your brain that is kind of screaming at you to get out of the way, to preserve yourself. As you get shot again, you see her gaze has kind of hardened.
You're gonna die!
You think people make it out alive in this world by being soft, Khamu? Maybe Mercy has, because she's an insane little gremlin of a child, but she's not going to last long. None of you are.
Perhaps. But everything ends eventually.
So that's it. You embrace this cancer that sits within you, because why? It's the right thing to do. There isn't any right or wrong, Khamu. It's just people pushing money around, doing what it is to please them.
Perhaps, but in the pursuit of power, perhaps everyone has turned into a monster. But
Shut up! She fires again at you. You see the gun kind of shaking in her hand as you take 4 points of damage. This will make me stronger. Killing her will make me stronger. Don't you want that for me?
Getting rid of your weakness does not make you stronger. Meridian, you're strong because you had weakness. Because you weren't perfect. And because your heart isn't a stone.
She, the gun kind of shaking in her hand as she kind of points it directly at you. You see kind of this mix of fury and terrible despair in her eyes as her gaze kind of flickers from you to Arya, kind of still on the ground behind her, kind of shaking in fear. I can't forgive her. She's the problem, don't you see that?
No, Meridian. We're all the problem.
Can I get one last diplomacy check from you, Khamu?
You can do it! Oh my god.
22?
You
But you don't have to run away from it. Or get rid of it. How about just embracing it for once?
you Meridian kind of looks down at you. You feel the gun press to your chest once again as you look in her eyes, and there is a click as the gun fires empty, and the world kind of shatters kind of around you as you see you are now kind of in no longer this hall or this weird kind of opulent mansion, but you're instead kind of standing once again in the what you would call the slums or the sewers of Adari, in near kind of that storage room.
Seeing that they're out of that room, Khamu will immediately relax and sort of slump down a little bit. Please don't make us do that again. That really hurt.
She does not say anything. Instead, you see that the gun, in fact, has disappeared from her hands. And you see her standing in kind of plain-ish or almost like civilian clothes that you're kind of unfamiliar with seeing Meridian in. Almost as if kind of mimicking like civilian clothes on Adari. Should have known I can't even get a good night's rest with you sitting around here. Even in my dreams.
Well, what's with the instant change of fashion sense?
She kind of looks down, suddenly unfamiliar with the clothes that she's wearing. You see her kind of get a little flustered as she says, and it kind of disappears into her typical Meridian garb. It kind of brushes off some dust off of her shoulder, almost like you see kind of like white powder brushing off from her shoulder. Ugh, can't get anything goddamn done on this cruise ship. She kind of sits down and kind of like puts her head in her hands. Meeting you is probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
Once, Khamu will remain silent for a couple seconds.
You know, I was couldn't quite content to bury all of this bullshit in the past, get my lovely revenge, watch Corsath and Adari burn to the ground as it deserves. And then you had to come around ruining everything.
For once, we might give this to you. Gotta say, that's reality. What happened back on Eatery. That might be a little bit scarier than this dream. Doesn't happen very often.
Well, I suppose real-life consequences be damned.
We've always had this question. Out of all the names in the universe, why Meridian?
Wasn't really a choice on my part. Once I was, well, exiled and threatened with death if I ever returned, I simply looked up the closest facsimile I could that looked sort of like me. Meridian, well, the real Meridian, died pretty shortly in between my exodus. Figured it might have been a good cover-up. Been through quite a couple names in my life, frankly. I guess another change isn't really anything to me.
It's not a bad name at all.
Maybe I've grown into it. I don't even know why the hell I'm telling you this, but, well, dream figments of my imagination be damned.
Helm almost chuckles and say, "You think we're a figment of your imagination?"
Oh, a very good one at that. That is something you would say.
You'd be surprised when you wake up.
She kind of narrows her eyes at you for a second, very suspicious, but she kind of laughs it off. Yeah, sure, whatever. Don't get cocky now just because you're haunting my dreams. You're not the first one. Although most of the others did wind up dead in the ground. I haven't...
Wait.
I keep thinking about Tadari. Aren't you supposed to get over things when they're done and over with? A whole lifelong dream of revenge coming to a brutal and destructive end. All that time wasted.
It wasn't exactly wasted, and if anything, the pursuit of that revenge had led you to us.
Yes, and again, remember the worst thing that's ever happened to me? Spurge said just a couple of minutes ago. Just another row of bad luck, I suppose. But I will admit all my previous runs of bad luck have resulted in, well, people's entire identities being erased, a lot of dead body trailing in the ground, a lot of cover-ups, and a whole lot of credits being moved around. This is certainly the least messy excursion I've been on in all my endeavors.
Well, Khamu will actually try to imagine 2 quadritas.
Give me a mystic check at advantage.
Grill her! Grill her for all the
That's a nat 20.
Something that usually doesn't come so easy to Khamu, suddenly materializing in your hand, 2 quadritas. How the hell did you do that?
We don't know. Well, aside from that, cheers to messy encounters and perhaps a little bit of bad luck.
Whatever. She picks up the drink and clinks it, taking a sip from her glass. You hear kind of cars and terminals pass by above you from the underpass. I suppose there's a stupid question to ask myself. But do you think I'll ever get over it?
We'd argue that the fact that you're asking this question means you're close.
I thought finally getting rid of Killian, well, let's be honest, I thought getting rid of Sonata way back before her death would have fixed things. That maybe if she was out of the picture at my hand, if she saw her begging for her life for everything that she's done, then maybe it would fix me. And then, when she died, I thought maybe Killian would be the next step. Or all of Adari, for hell. Every single person who'd ever wronged me, every possible one. Maybe if they were gone, I could... I don't know. But they're still there now. And Killian is still the CEO of Corsath, and, well, they'll probably be a very successful company for who knows how long. I'm definitely not going back to Adari again, so... I guess I'm never gonna know, will I? Maybe that would have been it.
We are obviously biased. Khamu will take a sip and say, but we know that when we think that you'll be better than Solnetta or Killian will ever be.
Do I really want to be better? I wanted to stoop down to their level. Do anything, really, if it meant that they hurt as much as I hurt. Maybe that would make it feel less painful.
You are already better.
Dream Khamu, I did try to destroy an entire planet's worth of people, let's not forget.
Well, if that were true, we wouldn't be here. In the dream world, drinking quadrita.
I suppose you're right. Begrudgingly. God, do you have to be even so annoying, even in the dreams? Fine.
We'll try to be less. We promise to try to be less annoying next time if you'd stop shooting us.
Oh, Khamu, where's the fun in that?
And
She downs the rest of her drink as she kind of steps up, brushing kind of dirt off her pants. Well, tomorrow's going to come whether I want it to or not, and unfortunately I've already played my cards as it is, so no changing the past, I suppose.
no changing the past. Khamu says as they think about their past for a second.
Meridian, kind of not noticing, just starts walking down the hall. You see where there previously was just kind of a dark kind of underpass over a hallway that leads into more of, the sewer systems. There is now kind of a bright light at the end that Meridian starts heading towards.
Khamu will get up from the ground and say, well, holding hands is not exactly our style, so after you.
She has kind of already walked ahead. She's kind of waving over to you, kind of almost not even hearing what you've said. I don't know whatever happens to you, figment of my imagination when this dream ends, so I suppose I'm going to have to see Khamu's real stupid face in the morning. But bid you the best wishes. And as she heads out through the light, you too, Khamu, become engulfed in this kind of brightness, as suddenly everything fades away. And you find yourself, both of you, once again, out in space, almost. This kind of emptiness, this very similar feeling that you have felt many times before now, of being out kind of in the web of the universe. Two silvery strands still left.
Well, we suppose now is a good time as any. Are you ready, Mercy?
Oh, we're together? Oh. Okay, so we're choosing our next person?
You're Mercy, right? It's not a figment of our imagination that is standing beside us.
Oh, we didn't wake up? We're still in the...
You had gotten enveloped in this whiteness, and now, no, you don't think you are woken up, or at least if you are, it's very concerning, because you are out in open space without a spacesuit. Which would clue you in that perhaps this is not reality.
Okay, I want to see the silvery strands to make sure that two of them are missing. Were you successful, Khamu?
Successful, we wouldn't call. But it was not bad.
Does that mean she's awake?
Warning, or whenever we exit the the dreams, we'll find out.
Yeah, well, I want to check the strings anyways, just to see if I can
There
see if
are, in
there's missing.
fact, they kind of intertwine with each other, much like how you remember them. However, while there previously were 4, perhaps there are now only 2 remaining.
Oh, we should have left like a note. They're just gonna wake up and see everybody asleep. Okay. All right. Who do you want next, Khamu? Then.
Who do we want?
Yes.
That is a strange question.
As in, who do you feel like you can take on without crying?
You spoke as if you knew what was ahead.
I mean, we gotta go to the next. We gotta go to everybody, right? I have no idea what's there. It's gonna happen, but it's gonna be sad. Hawks was very sad.
Hawks was very sad.
Yeah.
What did you see?
I don't know if that's like my position to tell people. Like, I'll tell you later, if Hawk allows it.
What? You know, for your references, I'm not going to ask if Com can connect the dots. So, all right, if you say so.
Mercy has the feeling that she missed a lot of Meridian lore, like her real name. But you know.
The burning question. So what is our close mutual friend's deepest, darkest fear?
You're flash. Well, I'll tell Hawks if you tell Meridian. Loyalty be damned.
If Hawk had asked you specifically not to tell us, we would advise against speaking of.
Well, he never said that. He never said that.
In this case, we wouldn't mind hearing it before we dive ourselves into another.
In exchange for Meridian?
Yes, Mercy. We'll tell you what you wish to know.
Yes. Okay, so like, just be gentle with Hawk if you confront him about it. But he's having some existential obscurity crisis. Like, if he dies, nobody will remember it. It's a basic summary of it.
Right. Had Hawk had any close death experience? Is that why?
He's been in and out of the hospital a lot, and he has some pills he has to take, and asthma. Kind of bad. I think you already know about his illness, right? Wait, did I? Is this a what?
When he visited the med bay, we had thought it was just for asthma.
Oh,
So you're saying you're saying that it's much worse. How bad was it?
Okay, that Hawk promised me not to tell anybody, which, you know, like, he didn't hear it from me. We can just keep it to very severe asthma, you know? You could ask him about it. Very severe.
Mercy, is it curable?
So Hawks is here! Whoa, what about Meridian?
How long have you known? This whole time? Does anyone else know?
No. I think I'm the only one that knows, and we're gonna keep it that way, okay? I'm the only one that knows, and then you can ask him later.
I asked you specifically not to tell anyone else, didn't you?
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. So just don't make it a big deal. He doesn't like people making a big deal about it. Just remind him that he's loved and cared for.
Yes, we will keep that in mind. For what it's worth, thank you for telling us.
Yes. Now tell me Meridian's real name.
Well, she had switched a few names for her career. She knew that Sonata wasn't exactly fond with the idea of her becoming the next CEO of Corsa. From there to one of the largest corps in the galaxy to someone exiled with nothing in their hands but a desire to revenge. We are all shaped by our past in some way or another, Mercy.
So that's why she killed the brother for revenge? But did she apologize to that poor flower keeper lady? That wasn't Meridian's parents, but I think her parents dead? Or at least apologize to the real Meridian's family. Did she say she would do that?
She took Meridian's name because she, well, Flower Meridian, looked closest to her. It seems that you already know that she died. Not, at a young age.
I also know that our Meridian killed her brother, and though he was a criminal, man, I still feel bad about that.
Well, given that we're not going to Idari again, we figured asking for a formal apology might be a bit of a reach.
True. Then how do I refer to her now? Is it still Meridian?
Meridian is good.
Okay. Still have questions, but Oh, you know what? Here, at least answer this. Did you hug her?
Oh, is what? Is that
Oh,
what
this is
you're-
important.
Okay. Strangely specific. Yes, once. In the sewers. Idari.
Said the sewers?
Well, something like that. We do not know the architecture. Underground
Okay.
canal, if you would.
Whatever you say, Khamu. Something clearly weird happened in that dream, but I appreciate you telling me what happened. But what's her real name?
It's.
I know you said she went by many names, but what's her birth name?
I almost going to say it wasn't a dream, but there's a pause on that thought. Well, her real name doesn't matter in that case.
So curious. I need blackmail material, Khamu.
You were there when Killian called her Aria, weren't you?
Oh, what?
Did you?
I did not
Oh,
catch that at all.
Yes, that's as we had suspected.
Aria, I got it. Thank you, Khamu. I'll still call her
Your-
Meridian, except when she makes me mad.
That doesn't seem like a great idea to mention a past and that perhaps she had tried to.
True, fine. I will be
For a long
generous.
time. But it is your choice. As it is your choice to pick who we want
No.
to awake from their slumber.
No, you can have that choice.
The longer we wait here, the more danger they might be in.
You okay? Go ahead and choose, Khamu.
Really don't want. All right. We'll reach out to the closest strand, which is
Keep it in Rachel's
Probably-
hand.
Are you
No,
putting it in my
it's,
hand?
Khamu's going to reach out to He wants to do both. He wants to do both. It's fine. Well, this is also on camera. All right.
It's funny that you
No,
want
no.
to do both things. I think Jasmine wants to do neither.
You can let Khamu do both. Like, can we split? This is Dream
No,
World.
no.
Can I imagine another Khamu?
You imagine a Khamu clone? No.
Yes.
That is very funny.
Actually, I don't want to see Vernon's, man. I'll take Cossack's. I'm taking the choice away
Right.
from you.
I figured. Come, we'll take Vernon's. Well,
Very well.
Vernon's turn.
You both try to reach
fun
out
crying.
to your remaining crew members as you start being pulled in directions out towards where your remaining crew members might be. You guys then reach out towards your prospective compatriots, searching for their being, their soul, their dreams, perhaps their nightmares, as you suddenly find yourself once again enveloped in darkness.
Are we back to full stamina?
Who's going to start?
Kabu.
All right, we don't mind starting.
I will give you, as you guys kind of enter into the new dream, I will give you half your stamina back, rounded up.
Yeah, man, we're gonna die.
You're in a dream! Surely dying in a
Ah.
dream state won't have terrible unforeseen consequences.
Gosh.
But you guys enter into your dreams. Khamu, you are suddenly walking kind of forward. You find your footing on peaty kind of soil as the fresh smell of dirt and farmland. You are suddenly kind of brushing through a wheat field as you arrive in this nightmare. You are kind of in a wheat field, very similar to the one within Vernon's home, except the wheat goes very, very tall. You yourself are a fairly tall creature, but it extends far past even your head. Around you, you hear kind of an echoing sound. Wind kind of howls above you. As you are stuck in this field.
The only field that we've ever been to was on TY7. But is that music?
You hear kind of a distorted reverberation of almost like a gramophone jazz kind of playing. The direction that it's coming in, hard exactly to pinpoint. But it is kind of faint. Can I get a perception check from Khamu?
Of course. That is a 27 for perception.
You hear a couple of things. You hear a sneeze out in the distance. But more notably, you hear this kind of gramophone jazz kind of echoing around the space, but also you hear kind of laughter, very difficult to pinpoint. Almost like children's laughter.
This song is heavy.
Will sort of close off their other senses and focus on sound.
Which one are you trying to track?
The sound of children's laughter.
Okay. Give me a survival check, please.
Rachel, this is already terrible.
You aren't even
Please, no.
here!
Bad news, that's a nat 1.
You
Good, don't find the children.
start to go after the sound of these children, kind of pushing through the wheat fields. Every time you think you hear something, almost mockingly, you'll turn a corner or push into a small clearing to find nothing there. You look around and there is rustling in the glass. Maybe you catch the edge of a sneaker as it vanishes into the wheat, kind of moves inside of you as if there is someone creeping around, running, playing within the fields. But no matter how much you go after it, you cannot seem to catch it. It is then, as you are kind of approaching, you think you can hear someone just in front of you, pushing through the wheat very carefully, as you step forward and a huge an entire blast lights up right in front of you. Can I get a reflex save from Khamu, please?
It just
All
blew
right.
you up.
Reflex save, the one that we're built for. 21 for a reflex save.
That is going to pass. So I think normally you would take half damage, but as an operative, you don't take any. You manage to jump right in front of you as there is blaster fire, ship blaster fire that lands right in front of you, just into the clearing you were about to enter. You see this blue kind of cyan smoke rise up from the crater. You hear booming of like ships and gunfire from above you. When you look up, you see these kind of like cyan energy bullets flying past overhead.
Real nice. Khamu's actually going to shout towards the Hell Knight's ship. Lecturo Darius, you're dead. Dead men don't talk.
Can I get a mystic check from you, Khamu?
Alright, 17.
You kind of look up, almost this kind of righteous anger in you at these Hell Knights as you shout out into the sky. You feel yourself a little bit emboldened. You can turn your 1d4 into a 1d6 inspiration.
Thank you. Nice.
The gunfire kind of dies down.
I'm just going to pick up the speed and keep going towards a direction.
So you're just randomly choosing. You're just heading in some direction.
Actually, don't try to remember Vernon's home. Or try to sense Vernon's home.
I will give you a survival at disadvantage.
Interesting. Okay, no need for that. That's another nat 1.
You look in one direction and look in the other. You have been at Vernon's home before, and you were invited in. Granted, you could see over the wheat at that point in time, and two, there's not a lot of structures or signs of life or anything. It is just complete emptiness as you kind of get turned around. Were you just here? There are footsteps in the ground. Is that from you? Hopelessly lost. The echoing of the music and the kind of laughter all around you, and you feel a little bit woozy. Can I get a will save from you?
Uh, 14 for a will save.
You feel this kind of, you push aside some weed, no one there. You run aside to another place, no one there. You keep pushing through, and despite these sounds of, like, people, both Hell Knights and, like, the sounds of kids, you cannot find anyone, and it is driving you a little bit crazy. Can you take 8 points of damage? You hear this sound kind of flicker louder and louder, and you can't even, like, hear anything or differentiate which directions you go into. You think you've hit this same scarecrow maybe 3 or 4 times already, and you find yourself almost back in the beginning where you were.
Alright, this time let's follow another sound. Come, we'll start to follow the music.
Very well. Give me a survival check.
Ooh, much better. 24 for survival.
This time, you stop, and you take a breath. You are driving yourself in circles, you are driving yourself crazy, and you instead try to clear everything from your mind. This time, just to focus on the music. It is echoing kind of everywhere, but you start heading in a direction. Maybe it's not the right one, but you decide to start heading just straight, not losing yourself in this field. And steadfast, you tread on. Mercy, meanwhile.
We can keep the topic.
Oh, no, we can't. You wanted to continue the session, by the way, just a reminder. You wanted to do this.
Of course you do, wouldn't you?
It's your good friends that you love so much.
Yeah.
You follow the kind of strand down as you, this time, do not feel anything beneath your feet. In fact, you feel gravity pulling you forward. And very much unlike when you were entering Hawkstream, you suddenly find yourself in free fall.
What? Is there a ground below me?
Maybe. It's hard to tell. You are kind of still in the transitionary period where everything is still kind of dark. You can feel suddenly an immense kind of strength from this strand as it pulls you forward. You are hurtling forward.
Alright, Cossack, settle down! I forgot you're a warrior! I'll just hold on as tightly as I can.
You hold on as tightly as you can, as suddenly everything kind of appears around you. You find yourself on another, maybe an asteroid, maybe a small moon. As you look out, you see kind of gray, stark rock beneath you, kind of no atmosphere, blinding space as you are whipped forward, hurtling straight towards the ground.
Oh my god! Alright, mattress tech again! Hold on, mattress.
You imagine your mattress. Can I get a mystic at disadvantage?
Ew. Oh.
That's like a board.
The strand disappears from under your grasp as you look forward and you desperately try to imagine underneath you a soft, pillowy mat. You hit the ground hard, Mercy.
I just healed!
I know. You are going to take, make a fortitude saving throw, please.
Oh my god. 20, not natural.
You hit the ground and you take 15 points of damage.
What?
Feeling kind of an ache in your bones as you hurtle towards the ground, picking up your
Not
face,
gonna make
dirt
it.
covering your face.
This is a bad idea. Just set Khamu here. You'll die. I'll pick myself up. Straighten out my bones, I guess. And I guess look around.
Well, now being on the ground as you are, let me tell you a little bit about it. So you are in kind of open space. You get the feeling if this weren't a dream, you wouldn't be able to breathe here, but you are on some sort of moon, perhaps. Looking out around you, you can hear in the distance kind of some clamoring sounds. Up ahead of you, you see kind of like almost a beacon of light jutting from what appears to be like one of the poles of this moon. I say moon, but it's not at all the size that it normally would be. You feel like you could maybe even like walk around the circumference of this thing.
Where is the sun? This is not the sun disciple approved. I want to go towards the crowd.
Towards the what?
Crowd? You said there's a crowd, or like no?
So there is, you hear kind of sounds, again, kind of very echoey. The direction that it's coming from, you're not able to really pinpoint. Almost kind of like a murmuring. But what is kind of substantial is there's like almost like a beacon of light, kind of far off, almost like on like one of the poles of whatever this orbiting celestial body is.
Okay, I'll go to the light.
You start heading over to the light. Can I get a physical science check for Mercy?
I'm going to break your mark. $25.
Okay. You start heading in the direction of the light. You begin your trek kind of shaking off your bones, kind of giving a cursory look around. There doesn't appear to be, like, anything around. You kind of scuff your boots on the ground, and they're maybe a little bit scuffed, maybe a couple of marks, but you continue heading towards the beacon of light.
And these boots were expensive.
Your dream boots?
Yes.
It's a bit of a walk though. Is there anything you're doing while you're heading out?
Do I remember any Sun Disciple hymns from when I visited?
Sun Disciple hymns?
Yes.
I'd leave that entirely to how much Sun Disciple language Jasmine remembers.
Oh gosh. Fine. I'll just like mix it up with. What is our language called? Galarian? I'll mix it up with that language and Yinsado.
Galarian is English, I think.
So I'm just gonna start singing again.
Okay. I would like to hear this, of course.
Oh. Okay. Me and our Yinsados are gonna travel together, looking for my Yinsado. I miss my Yinsado. Just that.
You make up this song as you begin trudging forward. The song kind of playing in your mind. You sing it for a good, 10 minutes, and then 10 become 15, and 15 become 20, and 20 become 25. As you look, kind of taking a breather, and look up to see the light the same distance away.
Dude. Okay, what if I walk backwards? Go the other way.
Like, just start walking away from it?
Yeah.
You kind of look at it, and you begin to walk backwards. The light begins to fade from your vision as you start to walk away from it.
I will continue.
Are you still singing?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Where is my Yinsado? I want my Yinsado.
Oh, where has my yen Sato gone? Oh, where could she be? You start to walk backwards. Maybe if this is some sort of dream logic that you can't be looking at it. And so you walk backwards. And as you do, you see the light approach, like still kind of looking forward, as it kind of creeps up into your vision.
It's happening. Okay, if it's dream logic, I'm gonna try cupping it in my hand to bring it to me.
Okay. You kind of like hold out your hands, kind of like grasping it, like peekaboo. You open it and it's still there.
Oh. I don't... Do I still hear the murmurs? Are they... Hello, murmurs. Can you give me a hint?
It is constant, actually, this kind of sound, as you're kind of straining to listen for it. You hear... Make a perception check. I'll tell you what you can pick out.
19.
The same exact... No, but you walked probably quite around this planet for a good while, and yet it is still... the sound has not gotten any stronger, any fainter. It's almost as if you can hear the faint kind of clanging of perhaps battle, and a crackling of some sort.
Battle? I don't want to go to a war field. Okay, I'll pull out my weapon, see if that affects anything.
Yeah, being a Solarian, in Kasek's Dream, nonetheless, I would say I'm not even gonna have you make a check for it. Your kind of solar, powers infuse.
I just start flailing it around, you know? It's like, alright, I'm joining the war! Who do I need to shoot? Bring me over!
You begin shooting wildly around, into the air. The shots go out, strangely enough, actually. Your Solarian shots fire out just enough, like maybe, 10 or 15 feet ahead of you before it fizzles out. Much shorter than your usual range.
Oh. Not good.
I will say these sounds they've been kind of the same everywhere you've been, but they seem to almost, the epicenter of it seems to almost emanate from that beacon of light.
Okay. I want to try, I want to try shooting at the beam of light. 2, I want to try flying towards the beam of light.
Okay. Taking a shot, your, gun does not nearly reach that far it is off in the distance, like in the horizon.
Okay, then I want to try activating fly powers.
Please make a mystic check at disadvantage.
No. What? I got a good one. Oh, 28.
With a 28, you think to yourself about, manifesting actually graviton energy, because this is kind of Kasek's dream, and so you think about turning it off entirely, almost like an or a black hole pulling you towards the light, actually, and you feel yourself lift a little bit off the ground, as you begin slowly and then faster heading towards the light. Can I get a physical science check from Mercy?
Oh boy. Natural 20.
A couple of things. I'm going to describe a couple of things to you, Jasmine.
Okay.
You start hurtling towards this light. This kind of weird graviton effect that you've kind of manifested in this dream. It starts out slow and it gets faster, and you get like the the sense that you are going much faster. Previously, you were just walking towards this thing, but now with this kind of boost of speed, you see the light kind of getting closer, and you see the sound of hear the sound of battle getting louder. Before it starts to pull away, you get the distinct feeling as you kind of look around. You think you remember that crater, actually, and you think you remember those scuff marks, that you are like going around this planet, around and around, and that whatever this source is like constantly on the other side of you, and that you are essentially like chasing this thing for eternity.
Oh gosh. Okay. Critical thinking, activate. Can I manipulate the gravity to hold the light in place, maybe?
That is what you would like to try?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you may go make a mystic check.
21.
You try, instead of using gravity to pull you forward, to use gravity to pull it back. You kind of try and like manifest ahead, and you feel yourself kind of inching towards the middle of it, like where, as if you were choosing a point on the edge of the circle to pull both of you closer, being also affected by the gravity. And you feel yourself move forward, but it doesn't look like this light doesn't seem to be affected by like gravity, like it does not have mass. I'd also like to mention from your physical science check, not only is it like, it's always on the other side of you, right? But it's not quite like, that's not like a fixed law, because you remember when you started the gravitational pull, you were getting closer a little bit to it. It's almost as if like it, sensing that you had gotten faster, had sped up to stay ahead of you. But there was a brief moment where you got a little bit closer to it before it pulled away.
Okay. I'm so scared. I'm gonna hurt you. Alright, then I'll
It's
just
just
like
being
start
coy.
varying my speed. Start varying my speed. I'll go like really slow, and then fast for a split second, then slow again, and fast. See if that helps me get closer.
In that case, can I get a fortitude save from you?
Oh god.
As you slingshot yourself around this planet.
I will catch you! If my name isn't I tried to like emulate Kasek's war cry. I am the merciless one, and I will catch this light thingamajig. 18, please.
That's a horrible war cry.
That was an 18 on your fortitude save?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
You start to try and speed up and slow down and speed up and slow down, trying to reach this light. It is kind of erratic. You feel yourself kind of getting closer before it pulls away. It's never quite fast, and like it always wisens up, almost like, before pulling away. And you feel yourself getting sick to your stomach as you stop, and you vomit. You take 8 points of damage.
No. How many points?
8.
Oh my gosh.
80.
Okay, then.
Take 80 points of
Alright, what
damage
if we
and die
do-
immediately.
What if we? All right, I'll stop. Let's do therapy. All right, sun, light thing. Talk, okay? I am Kasek's friend. I need to get to her, and I will fight through it, whatever war it takes, because we are Yensedo. So please, just come a little bit closer.
So you are trying to talk to the light.
Yes,
Give me a diplomacy check.
guys. $17, please, please, please.
The light, still on the edge of the horizon, does not move.
No. Oh my gosh. Okay, what if... Is it like a baby thing? I'm trying everything. It's like, I'll close my eyes, and then see if I can feel the sun getting closer, if it gets warmer or something.
You sit on the ground, and go through all of your chase tactics. and you close your eyes. As you kind of close your eyes, actually, Mercy, in this darkness, what are you, like, thinking about?
Casa and graviton power. Get it, Casa.
Do you, like, say, as you kind of, like, again, this is almost kind of, like, ritualistic, kind of sitting down on the ground, closing your eyes, and completely ignoring everything around you. Do you get, like, what kind of energy are you trying to bring to the party?
Do I have to pray to the sun god?
I'm just asking what Mercy is doing, aside from sitting on the ground and closing her eyes.
Fine, I'll take a meditative posture and think about the balance between graviton and Solarian proton power.
You think about the balance between the two. Give me a mystic check.
21.
You feel a slight kind of draw as your eyes are closed, as you think about not at all about the current situation, but instead you try to channel some sort of, like, what does Casa think about when she prays? Probably Saren Ray, probably a lot of, like, I feel the energy, but you're kind of like grasping at things through your thoughts.
Do I feel closer to Saren Ray?
Are you
not
trying
alone.
to, like, reach Saren Ray?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you say?
Saren Ray, your most loyal disciple, is in trouble. Please help me reach her, Modelow.
You say this kind of aloud to the air, and you feel an inkling of energy. You feel kind of a pulsing, not, again, eyes closed, not taking in anything around you, but downwards.
Okay, I will start shooting the ground, just like the clown.
Just like the clown, you pull out your gun, meditating to Saren Ray, something that you're probably very unfamiliar with, as you begin to fire. Khamu, meanwhile, you are heading now in the direction of music. There are a couple of times when ships boom overhead and you feel the need to kind of, like, duck, kind of almost constantly watching the sky. You try to track down at least some sort of direction, and you just head straight. There are lots of kind of distractions around, kind of rustling, again, noises. Sometimes you feel kind of gunfire or lasers hit the ground nearby, but you try to maintain a steady track as best as you are able. What is Khamu, oh, go on.
Oh, Khamu will probably say, Vernon, are you here? Combine?
You kind of search out for anyone who might be here, most notably your friend, Vernon, or his trusty mech. And are you trying to, like, get, how loudly do you say this, to put it lightly?
Ooh, fairly loud.
You start yelling, trying to reach them. You do not get responses, but you do hear kind of heavy fire as you start to kind of grow louder. A bullet fires right past you. Does a 17 hit Khamu? I think that's your AC.
Say no.
Is
This
that
is energy.
for... Oh, yes, then it will hit.
A kind of another, like, crystalline bullet fires past you through the wheat. You are going to take 9 points of damage. As you kind of get hit by this bullet almost from the back.
If they're everywhere, we need to make it out of this field. Well, let's hope Vern is back home.
It is very difficult. Again, the wheat kind of is probably maybe a couple of feet above your head, so it's very difficult to see in any direction you look at. You can't really see anything over it, so you are kind of going blindly based on your other senses.
Mom will just keep their head trained to the source of the music. But the moment they saw there were children running around in the field, there's a tickle in the back of their head. The sense that perhaps this task is going to be a lot harder than they had hoped.
Give me a survival check for Khamu, please.
Certainly. 19 for survival.
With a 19, you try to track down as best. You do think, actually, that the music specifically is, coming from a source somewhere. It's not just kind of echoing everywhere like the sounds of gunfire, like the sounds of children. It is coming from somewhere, and you think that you might be able to track it down. Vernon himself, being quite a survivalist, being quite good at tracking, you try to look for kind of signs, maybe, in the dirt, in the ground, any kind of footsteps. You really only see the ones left by yourself, but you start heading straight in a direction.
The music is still going. Couple will keep their pace, but perhaps pick up the pace a little.
You begin to run a little faster. Can I get a... What is it? I know exactly what I want from this. Life sciences check, please.
Ah, fascinating. That was pretty good. We don't have that much bonus. 27 for life sciences.
As you start kind of picking up the pace, trying to get closer, you think that you can see maybe just over the wheat a flash of something red in the far distance. As you start to pick up the pace, and you feel you are stuck for a split second. As you look down,
Get some water, please.
Choking on your, let's say, sadism.
I wouldn't have it any other way. You look down and you see that your foot is caught in a snare. You see kind of coming up out of the ground, kind of just a loose tendril of this kind of thorny vine.
What is this?
Well, with your high life sciences, I will say that you do actually know what it is. It's very hardy and rooty. It's like this big kind of thorny vine like you would see in fairy tales, but kind of blossoming on the end of it, little bits of lavender. Not at all what a normal lavender plant, almost as if this is some sort of twisted, thicket version of it.
Lavender. Organ. As much as we would like to, cannot share your pain in this way. Calum's going to bend down and try to get their foot out of the thorn.
Yeah.
The vine.
I would say it's just kind of sitting. You're just kind of like almost like tripping over a log in front of you. It's not like wrapped around you or anything. It's probably just out of the ground, and you had not noticed it as you kind of step over it.
Oh, if these things are here, it means Vernon is not too far, perhaps. Come on, keep going towards the direction of the red light.
Okay. It's not quite a light, actually, as you start heading closer and closer to it. Instead, it's a structure. You can just see the roof of Vernon's barn, actually, as you suddenly kind of feel this relief as you start heading towards it. And as you do, can I get a will saving throw from you?
Oh, good. They've not screwing us over. That's a first. 23 for a will save.
23 is a good will save. You start heading towards the barn, finally being able to get some sort of sense of direction. And all of a sudden, in this bright flash, you feel like every bone in your body, or every limb in your Kopaxi body, lock up, and it feels as if there is, like, as if you have been frozen entirely in place. But you managed to shake it off just for a minute. But for a moment, you were almost paralyzed, unable to step any bit further. You look down and you see, surprisingly, there are more vines. This time, a couple have like snaked up your legs, maybe just up to like your knees. You almost had not even noticed them. You could have sworn that they were not there just a second before.
These things. Where are they coming from? Come, we'll shake it off and step forward to open the door. Vernon's bar.
You shake it off as you look up at this, finally kind of like pushing through. You head out, reaching for the door. You see now, finally kind of pushing out of the wheat, the barn kind of just ahead of you. You feel, actually, you almost kind of, as you reach through the very edges part of the wheat, you've been kind of rushing through this through the entire time you're here, but now just kind of at the edge of the barn, as you push through, you nicks your hand. You see it's almost like razor sharp. You take just 2 points of damage as this kind of like closer and closer to the barn. This wheat almost has like barbs rather than, typical grains.
Wheat here, it's keeping us from going to the barn.
But let me describe to you the barn, because it is a little bit different than usual. You remember being here at Vernon's barn. You had stayed the night during the storm. You had found Tobar. Now it is... The barn wasn't in particularly stellar shape when you had first seen it, but this is near dilapidated. You look up, the wood is kind of splintered and bowed, paint flaking off, and all around it you see these vines, once again, kind of digging out from the wood, wrapping around boards, spilling out of board windows, as if this barn has been, like, abandoned for years.
Those vines. Khamu spends a moment thinking about what Venice said about Veneer. To lose those who you care the most. Perhaps the thorn you no one would be able to get out of. Well, either way, Vernon, you'd have to wake up somehow. And we're not going to be stopped by a few vines. And come, we'll get closer to the dilapidated barn.
Just as you say that, you are stopped by vines. You set over to the door. The door is entirely kind of wrapped up in these kind of thorny vines, almost completely covering the door. Then when you get closer to them, you see the barbs kind of almost jump out at you, almost like flexing like a animal would to tell you to back off.
Interesting. Come, we'll imagine. Come, we'll imagine some gardening scissors. Pair of gardening scissors.
Make a mystic check for me, please.
That is an 8.
Yeah. So you try to imagine once again. You've done this before. You manifested the quadritas. You defaced Sonata's statue. You look at your hands and you think of gardening shears, and your hands lay empty.
Well, I suppose it doesn't work every time. Around the door, Come tries to call for Combine. Bind. And then they'll pick up a rock from the ground and shout fetch.
I would like you to make a mystic check at advantage, please.
Fascinating. Actually, that is much needed advantage. That's very bad. That's fine. 21 for mysticism. Get some water. Yeah. That's right.
You take a different approach. Maybe gardening shears was too out of Khamu's depth. Maybe it wasn't aligned with your style quite enough. Choked on my water. But you pick up a rock and you think of a commonality that Vernon and Khamu share, which is your kind of affinity for Combine. Vernon, of course, is never seen without his trusty mech right beside him. And so you pick up a rock and you channel the move that Vernon, in fact, had taught you, fetch. Where do you throw the rock?
Khamu's just going to give the rock a light toss. So that it lands probably like 10 meters, 15 meters away from the door.
You do that, and you wait, thinking about Combine's almost puppy-like demeanor, and you don't really feel anything for a moment, and then suddenly you see, out in the distance, again, the wheat's too tall for you to see over, but you see rustling, quickly approaching you, out from the barreling wheat. Combine rushes, burling past you. Actually, can I get a reflex saving throw from Khamu?
Oh boy. That is a 18 for a reflex save.
You barely manage to dodge as Combine bull rushes right past you, breaking through the door into the farmhouse, letting out an excited chirp.
Oh, good job, Combine. Combine's running towards the farmhouse.
Combine broke into the farmhouse.
Oh.
Combine
rushed,
like, where you had put the stone, like, kind of, like, maybe 10 feet from it. Combine missed the mark entirely, kept running, through the doors, smashed through the wall.
Well, keep on hospitality. Khamu's going to sort of dust themselves off and enter through the hole.
And you enter into the farmhouse. The sound of kind of faint jazz crooning growing louder and louder. Meanwhile, Mercy, you are channeling Saren Ray.
That is true.
You
And-
feel a kind of push, almost as if gravity is pulling you down to the center of this, to the core of this, like, moon, this planet.
Am I like sinking into the ground? Can I?
You don't feel anything. You just, there's kind of a tug as you pull out your gun and you fire some shots. Can I get an attack roll from you as you try to shoot through the ground?
Gosh, man, I gotta get into combat mode. 18 to hit.
That will definitely hit the ground. Can you roll some damage?
Have you ever thought you could build like a space bridge between the sun and the moon?
What? Oh, it keeps running away from me. I don't think I could. I got 12 for damage.
You fire into the ground. Your shots, like kind of dust puffing up as you start to make a small progress into the ground.
I'm coming for you, Kazak, slowly but surely.
It's fairly hard rock. As you begin to shoot down, you feel, though, with each kind of press forward, powers that perhaps you are not as attuned to as Kazak is, but, that graviton, that Solarian, the photon and the graviton, the very essences of being a Solarian, track that Kazak is very well ingrained with. You feel him for a brief moment kind of grow stronger, almost like out of your reach.
Oh. What am I reach? Did I sense which direction that was?
It's just kind of like a feeling within you. Like you are trying to grasp for the true... You actually think back, and I want to ask Mercy a question. Where does she believe she gets this kind of like Solarian power from? Where does she draw for that like photon or graviton energy?
I would just say like inner emotions, when she wants to protect something or defeat something.
The protagonist way.
The protagonist,
No,
it
villainous.
comes from the soul.
Yeah.
In that case, make a check for diplomacy.
Fight with my own inner self. Please, inner self. 24?
You think about where you draw this power. It's not... You won't lie to yourself. You're not particularly religiously inclined, as much as you have put it around in the churches of Absalom Station. It's not really for you. But you have seen Kazak, and she draws kind of immense power from... the raw strength with which Kazak manifests her energy is very strong. She has a very strong connection to this. But she is also, as you have learned, throughout meeting her and taking her on your crew, that she is not, like, quite the stone-cold stoic warrior that you had thought. You remember the surprise you had felt learning about Rudia and her story, and realize that Kazak feels things actually very strongly. She does have very strong emotions, although she might not show them outwardly in the way that everyone else does. you think that maybe you draw from a similar source of power, although hers with a religious flair. But you reach for that, and you see the glowing of your kind of stellar mote ahead of you glow brighter with that knowledge, and fires a foot into the ground.
Okay, good job, Mercy. You keep that up. Keep trying to channel into my inner soul emotion.
What do you think about now? You've caught on to this strain. What fills Mercy's thoughts or emotions?
Having Kasuk reunite with Rudio one day. That is her fuel motivation right now.
Normally, I have something to say this with, but Mercy as a character, I feel like, has very, very strong... Definitely been writing Wattpad fanfiction about this in her free time. So, you think about Rudia, not even just Rudia, but his sister, her kind of look of disdain, and you feel a kind of determination, perhaps, upon yourself, as you, on hand, fire into the ground, this time, maybe a couple of feet into the ground, the solar energy kind of building into some sort of, like, shape.
You and Rudia will be together, and you're gonna laugh at his sister's face and his mom's face, and they're gonna cry happy tears of joy.
You say that as you fire another shot, another couple of feet in the ground, another shot, another couple of feet in the ground. Your stellar mote begins to take kind of shape, actually. Something very distinct, something very Mercy, as you kind of... Your stellar mote, if I may ask, what exactly is, like, when Mercy thinks of firing off a stellar shot, is it more kind of nebulous, or does it have, like, a form?
We can make it a cannonball.
You see it begin to form this kind of just general energy to a sharp kind of cannonball, going larger and larger, almost kind of firing from your fingertips, like a ship galleon cannon would. Eventually, the light gets so bright and large, kind of in as you aim towards the ground. What do you do? You have muted yourself.
I'm sorry, my alarm went up.
Go on.
I fire while screaming out, Rudia! I suck forever!
You screech out from the tips of fingers. You see it draws a heart with an arrow through it that says R+K. As it explodes, the center of this kind of planet where you had been chasing this light around and around forever glows incredibly bright, and you blink away the sun to find yourself on the same planet.
Wow. What?
I'm not finished. You feel kind of disdain, but now the sounds of battle are incredibly loud, and something almost as if outside of yourself, you see that it is full of people. You get pushed aside as a stampede of these Sun Disciple warriors are rushing in one direction, weapons drawn, the sound of kind of clanging spears and fires of photon and graviton energy rife in the battlefield, all seeming to culminate at this one point. And this time, instead of a kind of beacon of light, there is an incredible bright something just on the other side, on the other face of the planet, or the moon.
I try to talk to the people passing by. What are we fighting? What's going on?
None of them seem to say anything. In fact, a lot of them just kind of ignore you as they are rushing forward, stone cold faces, manifesting their weapons as they trudge forward in a march. You hear these sounds of almost drums of battle echoing everywhere.
Guess I'll follow them.
You start trying to push your way, and the closer and closer you get, the more and more people that are all around you. It is hard, actually, to make your way. They are almost like terracotta statues with how difficult it is to push through them. And you are quite familiar with trying to push through crowds of people. But these guys seem very difficult to budge. You hear kind of almost as if the fight is culminating again on this some sort of epicenter.
I want to try slipping through their legs.
Give me an acrobatics check.
$25.
You try the sneaky approach. Kind of trying to slip through. It is much more difficult than you'd normally be aware of. But you kind of slip through. You get kind of hit with like on the sharp edges of their armor a little bit. Kind of trying to weave your way through. You almost brush by. I mean, graviton and photon weapons are not like, it's not quite like metal. They're like some sort of energy that's not very nice to touch. You do take a passing 6 points of damage as you try to weave your way through. You feel cut kind of on your cheek as you continue to push through. You hear a warrior's cry, a warrior's growl up ahead of you that is distinctly Kasuk.
No, Kasuk!
It's a good bit of ways from you, and you are still kind of being jostled by these different. You can't even like see the sky. You can sense that you are coming up to some like incredible bright light, but you can't really see past, like the shin guards and everything of these Sun Disciple warriors.
I want to keep pushing on through that, or maybe I want to shout out that I want to challenge. Oh, I really don't want to. I'm just gonna shout it out and I want to challenge Kasuk. Aside, warriors! I wish to challenge.
I would like you to make an intimidation check.
Oh my gosh. That's Khamu's thing.
Is it?
Yes. 28.
I need to check something real quick.
Oh, sorry, 19. That's
19?
yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
Wait, we can give me 28 if it. Wait,
no.
we can use 20. Can I use my extra D8?
You can if you would like to. If you would like to add that to this.
No, I'll use it for the battle.
Okay.
No.
You yell out that you would like to challenge Kasuk, and are completely ignored.
Wow. Okay. Fine. I'll keep crawling my way through then.
You eventually kind of reach a point where it's like, very obviously everyone is heading towards a direction, but you trying to like fight the mass of people that are also heading that direction, you're like not quite making headway. So like where this epicenter is, if you will, it is very difficult to reach. But you do get the sense that you were like on a different planet than before.
Okay.
Or a different moon, or what have you.
Holding back the urge to just blow up, I'm going to... Maybe... Can I use the graviton to float again? To orbit around the planet?
Give me a mystic check at disadvantage.
No. So...
You, try to lift yourself up again. Channeling once again that graviton energy, and you feel yourself lift up just enough to kind of be head height with everyone else. And it is there that you see just enough to see a little bit over the heads of everyone. You have to shut your eyes, and in fact, you give me a fortitude saving throw.
Dude! Do you see my health?
You'll be fine.
19.
That's good. You will only take 3 points of damage, as
Great.
there is a blinding light that you almost recognize as it is as if the sun itself is not but like 10 miles from this planet. Huge and blinding. You can't, it is struggle to look in this direction. As you see just in the light, kind of everything a silhouette with how incredibly bright it is. All of these soldiers going, as you see, Cassock, a lone warrior against hundreds. Glaive set, you see kind of blood from scratches running from her face and her scars. Her eyes, a determined fury as she slices through another Sun Disciple and lets out a warrior's yowl. So loud, you feel this move that you have seen Cassock do on other people, but now you on the receiving end, as you are launched back, completely breaking your graviton concentration as you fall down again, once again amongst the throng.
Okay, well, if she's fighting these guys, then I don't have to worry about hurting them. So I'm gonna try and supernova.
Alright. Give me a mystic check. I'll have you do it straight.
Yay! No, 28.
With a 28, I will say that you successfully, normally you kind of need to be in a battle mode to use this, but in this kind of situation that you are in, now feeling safe to essentially screw all these guys, you alight and explode. The other Sun Disciples, you see, they kind of, previously while they were ignoring you, now as you kind of light up, a couple get blasted back, and a couple, you see them turn towards you with steely gazes, manifest a spear as one charges at you.
Whoa, didn't talk about this.
And you see this warrior rushing towards you. But meanwhile, Khamu, you step forwards into the barn. It is a completely different atmosphere here. You step forward and it is so much darker. It's quite bright outside, actually, around this barn, but inside it is completely dark. The music distorts even more. You can hear kind of a voice almost singing along, but it gets lost in the echoing of this chamber. All around you, dilapidated furniture, rotting wood, these thorns and vines, creeping out of what would normally be, Vernon's normal farmhouse, but all of these vines creeping out. Also, all along the walls, you see what you don't remember from Vernon's farmhouse. These photos, these kind of portraits, all kind of broken, glass shattered on them. It's difficult to see. Faces kind of scribbled out of them, a lot of them trodden on the ground, but it's almost wall to wall with these different photos.
Come recognize some of the faces. Is Venice on there?
You look through them, and there are a couple with Venice. In fact, a couple of even you see Vernon, but most of them seem to be centered on a figure that you actually had seen before when Venice had shown you some brief photos of Veneer. Most of them appear to be of this kind of bluish dragonfly figure, all of them with their face crossed and scribbled out.
Burned. Denying that you're hurting won't make it go away. Right, you can't hear us. Khamu will... We'll probably, put the photo. Well, if they had picked up a few photos to look at their faces, Khamu will put them back and try to go upstairs.
You kind of set down the photo. It makes a cracking sound. Again, glass kind of shattering on the photo frame. As you look around, it is the same layout as Vernon's house. As you kind of look upstairs, vines hanging out threateningly, entirely going up the staircase.
These vines are blocking our way. Khamu will try to manifest a good old-fashioned oil lamp.
Make a mystic check. Do it flat.
That is a 9. Khamu has probably never seen one.
Khamu, you try to think of, like, the most Vernon thing that you could think. He's probably an oil lamp guy. And you, once again, you kind of get this feeling, like, when you're trying to, like, think about the shears, where you, like, try to think about it, and then you're like, I look really stupid right now. You're just kind of, like, looking at your hands. And it does not appear to manifest anything.
Well, what? Probably doesn't work. We'll actually instead go to the kitchen, seeing that the stairs towards the second floor is blocked.
You head over to the kitchen, kind of carefully stepping over vines. The house itself seems to creak. You kind of see the kitchen as it was, counter kind of empty. The fridge is kind of left hanging, like, basically off of its hinges. But it is Vernon's kitchen.
Khamu will open the fridge.
You see a couple of cans, some of them open with just kind of rotted sludge pouring out of them, but a couple still, covered in dusty cobwebs in the back. The light flickers on the fridge before it, burns out.
Come closest in the fridge, and head over to the oven.
Yeah, I'd say pretty much all the kitchen kind of cupboards and amenities are here if you wanted to try and scrounge up something from the kitchen.
Khamu's going to picture a apple pie in the oven.
Mystic check.
Ooh, excellent. 23.
You think of something that might perhaps be in this oven as you kind of close your eyes and you reach out blindly and you pull it open, and for a brief moment, the kind of only source of light, kind of a soft honeyed glow coming from inside the oven as if it was pristine in perfect condition, as you see a nice warm apple pie. You may turn your 1d6 inspiration into a 1d8.
Thank you. Khamu will hold the apple pie. Probably find a different container if it's on a tray. But they will keep the whatever. What do you call the mittens when you used to like cook?
The oven mitts.
The oven mitts, yeah. Khamu will keep one oven mitts on, and carry the apple pie towards the stairs. And say, Vernon, the pie's ready. Come down. Let's talk.
You kind of hold out this pie up the stairs. You call out, and there is no response. Your voice echoes up the stairs. Can I get a perception check from Khamu, please?
Sure. That is a... Hold on. Uh, 31 for perception.
You hear kind of a pounding from upstairs, almost as if someone is banging on the walls. It's faint and it's muffled, coming from some room upstairs. But now you think that you've been hearing this throughout your entire time here, but it is emanating from upstairs.
Come quickly, well, not drops, but come places the apple pie on the ground and rushes towards, tries to run upstairs.
How am I gonna have you resolve this? I would like you to make a acrobatics check at advantage.
Excellent. Acrobatics is our strong suit.
It is your strong suit.
33 for acrobatics.
You start heading up the stairs, vines be damned, and they start to reach out for you, almost wrapping around, before they divert their attention to the pie, and almost take it from your fingers, almost like digging through it, ripping it apart, as their attention seems to be diverted entirely to it instead of you, as you manage to slip up the stairs.
The room where the sound is coming from. Are we located? Is it the room that was locked?
Oh,
Is it the baby
where else would it be? It's actually not. The room there is that room you see. But there is a door that you remember actually being boarded up. As you see kind of in the end of the hallway, and there is a rhythmic, again, that pounding from somewhere within that room.
Come, we'll rush forward and try opening the door. Are you in there?
The door opens with a creak, as inside you see a, again, dilapidated room, kind of a chair, gramophone tilted over. These vines seem to curl around the doorway, breaking through the boards of all of the walls. These photographs all fallen from the walls. At the end of the room, you see another door. It is creaking off of its hinges as something on the other side is banging frantically. And pressed up against the door, limbs kind of almost enwrapped in vines, bracing it to keep it closed, you see Vernon.
Vernon! What? Come rushes over and kneels next to Vernon.
Vernon has his eyes shut tight as you hear him kind of groaning, try as another burst through the door, kind of bows it out backwards before it is pushed back in place, as you see Vernon grips tightly close to the railing of the, or the trimming of the door, and he almost just does not even notice you.
Come, we'll picture, iron bars. Oh, something, or like wooden bars to stop the, keep the door in place.
You try to kind of step back and try to picture something, but you don't get the feeling that you can think of anything in this room. The kind of droning of music kind of echoes loudly, and you hear kind of Vernon kind of like muttering to himself as he braces again as the door kind of bangs behind him.
Vernon, what is it?
He kind of blinks for a second, kind of like eyes looking wildly around this room, before he sees you. Khamu, what the hell are you doing here?
Vernon, you can hear us, good. What exactly?
Yeah, I can hear you sitting here in the Hylax Dam. Why are you here?
Well, things happened and we're trapped in a dream.
What? You know what? Never mind. What the hell your static, addled, or whatever dream state, fugue state mind is going on? Help me close this door.
What's on the other side? We can hear it when we... What are those vines?
He just kind of shakes his head. It doesn't matter. You just gotta... There are Hell Knights outside or something, and fire going off. What are you doing standing here for? Go get your gun or something. Don't you have a sniper with you at all times? Go outside, see if you can stake up a position. Make sure no one gets in. I don't know.
Come down, listen to us. When we are on our way here, we heard children in the field.
You see, as you kind of say this, the door slamming gets incredibly louder, and it almost, you hear kind of wood splinter behind him. The vines wrap tighter around it to keep it closed, as Vernon kind of braces against it. The hell what you've done? Get that chair over something to brace the door with.
Gun will slowly reach out and grab Vernon's shoulder and say, Vernon, Lictor Odarius is dead. The Hellnets won't bother us anymore.
Fuck the Hell Knights, Khamu. Don't care. Well, they're out there. There's a million fucking orders of them. That stupid-ass Drow is whatever he tried to do to me. Yeah, that guy's dead on the ground. I'm not worried about him. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I can't move. So you gotta go out there and do something.
Vernon, the thing behind you, it's a figment of your imagination.
Ain't no figment, Khamu. It is very real, I can assure you that. And I'm sick and tired of people telling me that it's not. Just, never mind, just forget about it. Just go somewhere. I can handle this.
Not without you.
I'm not moving from this spot, Khamu.
Fine, then we'll hold the door. Let's go, Vernon. Khamu will brace themselves and, hold on to the door.
You also kind of go up and you feel the door as you touch it. You almost feel a frantic heartbeat through the wood, as it bangs and it buckles. The vines kind of constrict around you, too, Khamu, holding you in place, as it braces also against this door. The hell are you doing? Look, it's not... Khamu, I'm not going anywhere. I can't go anywhere, alright? I don't know what the hell you're doing here, or what have you, but just leave me alone!
A couple moments ago, we were in Meridian's dream, and a couple minutes ago, when we were heading upstairs, looking at the pictures, we realized something.
What the hell are you on about?
Maybe we've been wrong this whole time. We were trying to fight the dreams, fight the nightmares. But really, we should be getting closer to you.
Come on, I'm really not in the mood for a pep talk right now.
Vernon, we think maybe, as ridiculous as that sounds, perhaps now is not a bad time to talk. And now that we're both held in place by this vine, we don't see anything else that's pressing at the moment.
You may have been born with more operative skills than brain cells, Khamu, I'm starting to think. You always... You and this crew always going on about... who knows what? Mercy talking about fixing up bots and whatever, about TY7 and everything. There are more important things, you may find this hard to believe, that are going on at the moment.
Well, we're starting to think that perhaps tossing away the lavender wasn't the best of ideas.
His face kind of blanches for a moment as he kind of like avoids your gaze. I don't know, what are you talking about?
Our missions were out there saving Castrovel. And, well, resolving whatever space clown asteroid. But aside from all these quests, there are other things that are easy to overlook.
Alright, I get it. You don't have to scold me like I'm some 10-year-old cop with his hand in the cookie jar. Look, it was a nice gift, Khamu. It really was. But I just... Look, now I don't have time to care for plants with all this swarm business going on. It's just better off out of my hands, is all. Can I get a perception check from... give me a sense motive check, actually, from Khamu.
Ooh. Sense motive sounds good. I'll do a sense motive. Let's see. 22 for a sense motive.
As Vernon kind of goes off on this tirade about his excuse, essentially, the pounding behind the door weakens and kind of grows. It almost stops for a moment. And the vines kind of wrap tighter around it, securing it in place.
It isn't the Hell Knights behind this door, isn't it?
Khamu, look, if you want to actually help me, if any of you wanted to actually help me, then you'd pick up the next mission, we'd go speak to Varial or who button has it, sending us across this galaxy, we'd find out what this swarm threat is, and we'd fix it, and we'd all go home afterwards.
The word "go home" had hit Khamu in a very strange way. Whether it's in context of Vernon or in context of Khamu. Well, everything with Veneer, maybe.
When you
Maybe
say Veneer's name, there's a huge slam from behind the door that almost shakes you both from the frame.
What's that? Anyways, we're no expert in what expert. We're overstepping by saying this. Perhaps the reason it hurts so much is because you still love him, Vernon.
Not this again. that kind of heartbeat behind the door seems to grow louder as you see Vernon shake his head. Look, Veneer's dead, alright, Khamu? Veneer's been dead for a very long time now, and I haven't seen him in a while because last time I saw him, well, he was buried dead in the ground. Alright? Is that what you want to say? That I am haunted every day of my life? I have been for a while. Now, I live on a farm, and hell, even past that, I'm a Star Ranger of all things, working on another God's damned crew.
Is it really such, well, a bad thing to not be able to move on?
I'm not...
Perhaps...
I don't get why... It's not just... I'm not like you, Khamu. I'm not like Venice. I'm not like everyone else. I'm not strong enough. Alright? I can't do it because every time I think about it, I get this... There's this feeling and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what to do, and I think I might never be able to know how to do anything else ever again. So if I just stay right here and nothing changes, I don't think about it, and we can go on with the rest of our lives.
Oh. We don't know what to do either. We know that that is not. You're strong enough, Vernon. It's just... No one should be. No one would ever be ready for something like this. We knew we'd never be ready for loss.
There is the kind of pounding behind the door has hit to a steady thump, with that heartbeat. As Vernon continues to brace around the floor, you feel the vines around your hands, Khamu, weaken just a little bit.
And perhaps you don't have to figure something out. It's okay to be a mess, Vernon. Just because we're Star Rangers. We have to go on missions. Doesn't make us any less of the flawed creatures we are.
I don't want to be just some divorced widow.
You're not. Well, we've never met Veneer, but on Absalom Station, the Eye, when you played the song, we thought we had heard a symphony that was we don't know. A symphony that is beyond one person. It was almost as if music of Veneer had lived on through you. As strange as that sounds.
There is suddenly a crackling sound as vines begin to pull out of, grow out of the walls and strap themselves across the door, impenetrable force against a movable object. As the force behind the door, you see some of the wood splinter and a kind of beam of light shines out from behind him. You see Vernon kind of shake his head. You would have liked Veneer, Khamu. I think you two are very, well, similar ideologies. You see him kind of close his eyes for a second as more of the door behind him begins to splinter and shatter. He kind of like
Nice of you to
takes a
say.
shaky breath.
And come, we'll bend down and give Vernon a hug.
Okay. You see his hands slowly release from the sides of the door. I don't think I'm ready, Khamu. I don't think I'm ever gonna be. Oh, but hell, if Veneer were here, you'd tell me to buck up and do it anyway. Oh, shit. Fine. You see he, kind of looks you in the eye. Well, you better brace yourself for whatever the hell's about to happen, Khamu. You asked for this, by the way, not me. As he wrenches himself from the door and it breaks open. Suddenly a bright light shining through the entire room that kind of engulfs you as suddenly the kind of distortion sound becomes crystal clear. And you hear a faint kind of jazz crooning.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
You kind of say these words out to nothing as you feel yourself engulfed in this bright light. And you hear the sound of a droning tone in the distance. Things coming back as you're engulfed in this light. Mercy. You are...
No, we don't care about this. Let's finish Brett.
You
We do
are...
care about this.
You had just gotten a glimpse of Kasuk, fierce warrior that she is, battling an army of 100 Sun Disciples alone. Before you have fallen into the spray, exploded, and now facing you, a kind of stone-cold Sun Disciple rushes towards you, a graviton kind of spear extended.
Whoa, yeah, Kasuk, please help. Let's fight together.
That is a 18 to hit.
No, it hit.
Okay. You
Stupid.
yell out for Kasuk's help in her own nightmare as you get hit across the face with a good 11 points of damage as you almost get pushed, flung across this battlefield.
I have 8 health left. What do you expect me to do here? I'm gonna take my Serum of Healing, even though this is a freaking dream battle.
I will say that you actually don't have your serums of healing. Kind of in this dream state, you don't have any of these, what you would have before. Like, all of your items don't quite exist.
Can I use a resolve point to, like, restore anything?
That takes 10.
Being that you are in a dream state, actually, I'll tell you what, I will let you use a resolve point if you would like to. It depends on what you are trying to do. It won't heal you, per se, but perhaps the amount of resolve that you have might be useful as you are now in this battlefield.
Okay, in the battle. Okay, so I want to use resolve point to instantly teleport to Casa. Can I do that?
No, you can't do that. But here, let me ask you instead. What are you going to do now that you've just been attacked?
I want to reach Casa. I want to dodge around them and just run past.
In that case, I would say that's athletics.
Can't you imagine a jetpack or something?
You know, that's a smart idea.
Lift up.
I'm already running, though. 21.
You start running now. Kind of, you had created this break, actually, by exploding, by letting out supernova, as you immediately begin dashing between these legs. A couple of swords slam into the ground right nearby you as you slip forward, eventually breaking out as you see Kasuk just as she slams her glaive into the chest of another Sun Disciple and rip it out. Can I get a perception check from Mercy?
Oh. 27.
27 is pretty high, so I'll say you notice a couple of things at this moment. The world kind of slows down for a second as you see her rip her glaive as she lets out a warrior's cry. Blood kind of down one of her eyes closed as she lets out this victorious roar. You look squinting against the sun right behind her as you see almost a silhouette, now that you think about it. What used to be, what you know to be the sun, and in your mind and your heart, and the way that you know things in a dream, you know it is the sun, but it is a silhouette of a figure, impossible to see through as you try to squint your eyes against it, but you see kind of bright, fiery eyes, almost indifferent, kind of looking down this sun, staring impassively at this battle. Kasuk gets hit by an attack as a kind of photon burst splashes across her face, flames scattering across her scales. Kasuk is fighting a one-woman battle against 100 Sun Disciples. But what's important to notice as you kind of like look and see this never-ending tirade, this army that approaches her, is that Kasuk is not losing, though. This would be an impossible fight for anyone, but she is standing her ground. She's not gaining anything, she's not winning, but she has some scratches from the battle, but she is holding her own. This kind of static, almost never-ending battle.
I'm going to walk right up to her, Kasar!
She downs another Solarian as she turns back to you. Small warrior, so you have joined me on the battlefield of fate.
I would love that, but this fate battle seems like it's going to be endless and pointless.
She ignores you as she rushes by you and body slams into another Sun Disciple. Small warrior, if you wish to join the battle, then take out your Solarian mote.
Can we solve things peacefully? What if we just talk it out?
There is no peace in this land, small Solarian.
What land is that?
The land of... She kind of looks out, for a second, she kind of drops her head. Actually, Kasuk is not sure where we are, but there's a battle to be had. Do not put down your weapon in the midst of a fight, small Solarian. I thought I had taught you better.
No, but look at how endless this is. There's no point.
To fight
Think about
a
where you
futile
are.
battle, small Solarian. That is the plight we face. It is not something that we ask, but something that is asked of ourselves. This is the duty that we take up as Sun Disciples.
What duty? To endlessly fight until you die?
To fight for Sarenrae's grace. As her will keeps me standing on this battlefield, it is her will that keeps me to the will to fight.
Why not a will? Why can't you have a will to fight for your friends? Your Yinsado.
I hope, small Solarian, that is what I am fighting for. I do not fight for no reason. Sarenrae would not give me the strength to conquer this far if it were not for no reason. There are many things in this world to fight for, and I am not yet done my battle.
Then what are you fighting for right now?
She rushes just as behind you, a kind of Sun Disciple rears up with a spear. She throws her glaive at it as it thunks into the ground.
Oh, thank you.
Perhaps I am fighting my own battles.
No.
There is a sacrifice all of us must pay, small Solarian, and mine is not finished.
No. What own battle? You have us. You have me, even though I'm not the best fighter and I'm almost dead. But I'm here, and we don't need to fight this battle. There's no point.
You perhaps, small Solarian. You perhaps.
And you could just come with me. Let's just leave.
She slams her glaive into the ground, dangerously close to your foot. Small Solarian, I know you were not raised in the way of Sun Disciples. But to flee a battle, that is your responsibility to face. That is your right, your wrong to right. I would rather Sarenrae strike me down. I am not a deserter. I know what I have done in my life, and I know what things must be repented for. I will not shirk my duties.
Duty isn't everything, Cossack. There's no point if you're dead.
If perhaps death is the price I must pay, then so be it. I am willing to make that sacrifice.
No. What if that death also results in your comrade's death? If you die, I die.
I have seen many of my comrades felled in battle, going against Thermothrod, solar wisps, creatures that do not die so easy. Death is a part of this cycle. Death is what we risk when we fight. We pray that Sarenrae keeps us safe, although sometimes things are fated to be. If your destiny is to die by my side, although I hope it is not my case, it will not be for my own battles. It will be for your own.
Okay. For your own battles. I don't really want to bring this up because it feels bad, but what? Are you sure Rudia would feel that way? Would Rudia want you to just die in some nameless battle on some nameless asteroid with a god that doesn't really look happy over there?
You kind of glaring through kind of the sun turn up to see the giant kind of sun figure that is kind of watching over you. Can I get a what would this be? Give me a sense motive check.
Okay, while I'm doing this, can I talk to my in-head Khamu for advice, man? I realized Mercy and Cossack are not very compatible.
This is absolutely funny. Please allow this.
In-head Khamu!
I would say,
do?
the little Khamu on your shoulder.
Shoulder Khamu. What the hell? Oh, what role did you say, by the way?
This is sense motive.
That's what. Okay, shoulder Khamu. Please, what do I say to her?
What? What are you doing?
Cossack is about to die, man, in this dream. What do I say to her? Get her out of here.
Not again.
I got 28 for sense motive.
Okay. Go on, have your conversation.
What did you say?
Well, I brought up Rudia, and that was probably a mistake, but, I don't even know how else to convince her.
We don't know why you summoned us thinking we could help you with this.
You know all, Khamu!
What? We don't know. Meridian, or Vernon, or someone. Alright, fine. Well, Cossack had been, convinced herself that Sarenrae was the one she had been chasing this whole time. But perhaps a lot of her faith coexist with love. And a lot of that faith is perhaps not to Sarenrae itself, but the one who is inseparable with Sarenrae. And by that we mean Rudia.
See,
Back
this is
to
why I
your
summoned you,
check
shoulder
as as your shoulder Khamu, as you see in big blinking lights, the duration of your call has exceeded its limits. Please enter 25 cents to continue before it disappears and Dream Khamu disappears. But as you say that, thinking about shoulder Khamu's words, Mercy, you look up at the shutting your eyes against this figure of Sarenrae. And as you look up, you see kind of wisps of antenna growing up, a kind of bush of red hair behind, just for a second, difficult to look at, of this immense sun figure. You see Cassock sees it too, and she pulls up her glaive. If there is anyone in this galaxy who would wish me to pay penance for my crimes, perhaps Rudia is the one who is most able to pass judgment. But he is not here. All that is left for me is to fight.
No, he's still in this world, and you know what? If he comes out of the sun, you might be dead, but he'll still be thinking about you, thinking about your exploits, and that does not include fighting until you die.
I am not so selfish as to think that I would be at the forefront of Rudia's mind, small warrior. He will think of me and our son disciples and his family and the world that he never got to know. The world that I had taken from him.
You did not take that from him. The sun chose him, not because you weren't worthy, but because of fate, like you said. And some things just happen, and we have to live on despite that.
Make a diplomacy check, because you bring up a very good point.
It's a good point. You should do it at advantage, right? Right, advantage.
You have your inspiration dice, though.
You still have none of
True,
you
I gotta start using that.
I have gifted to you.
That's true, man. I don't feel as confident with Kasuk as I did Hawk. Okay, so it's gonna be 31.
That's pretty high. You
Please.
see her falter for a moment. You notice this kind of, contradiction in Kasuk's own thinking, that she has to continue this fight because it is Sarenrae's will, yet unable to accept that perhaps through methods that were out of her control that Rudia was chosen. And she misses her attack against the next Sun Disciple.
I try to shoot at him.
Make an attack roll.
Okay. That's a 19 hit.
You blast straight in the chest, square in the chest, this Sun Disciple, and he goes rocketing back before he can get a hit on Kasuk. She kind of looks to you a little impressed.
Yes, I did that. See, I got your back. We're Yinsado.
Small Solarian, I am no deserter. I will not pretend that I am not to be held accountable for things that were under my control. That would be worse.
And for the things that weren't in your control?
I had led Rudia, a evil shepherd to a sheep, to his fate. I cannot pretend that I had no hand in it.
And yet, what about your relationship? Think about the poem he wrote you and how willing he was to start something. That I think that if Rudia wasn't strong-willed enough to be able to go into the sun, then he wouldn't have gone with you in the first place or even fallen in love with you.
Make another diplomacy check. This one you may do at advantage.
Yeah! Let's go, Mercy. Oh god, I needed that. Needed that so bad. 27.
Cassie says, never mind, I'm ignoring everything you said. And then the dream ends. No, you see her kind of chuckle to herself, as suddenly you are now standing back to back, in the middle of this throng of Sun Disciples, one hit after the other. Fending off, Kasuk now not getting hit as often as usual, and you kind of ducking under blows. That is true. There was no warrior stronger than Rudia was, even if he was an outsider.
Yeah, I heard he took up an axe and started swinging at intruders.
He truly does, even if he was not born on the Burning Archipelago. He has the heart of true warrior.
True. That's why you need to live longer, Casa. Be the warrior Rudia wants you to be.
Is this not the warrior that Sarenrae would wish of me? Fighting to my heart's content to as much as I can. Never backing down. Never putting down the glaive. A cause that is worth dying for. That is all that I have fought for.
Sarenrae and Rudia are two different people. You must choose whether you feel like Sarenrae's will is just battle after battle, or do you want to follow Rudia, who gave his life to the sun?
I had always thought I knew Sarenrae's will. I have dedicated my life to following her way. But now, I am not so sure. Is a warrior's death truly something she would wish of her strong disciples, of those she had cherished, of those she had chosen? Perhaps not me, but of Rudia.
From what I've heard of Sarenrae, I would hope not. I don't think so.
Small warrior, you speak with wisdom, that is. I find to be quite counterintuitive most times. I do hope that one day I may die a warrior's death. But perhaps it will be alongside my crew and my friends.
Yeah!
I wanna...
what's a warrior fist bump, man? Just clasp hands with her.
She clasps your hand as you feel an intense amount of photon and graviton energy begin swirling around you. Perhaps we shall end this fight for good, small warrior. So that way we fight the next one with the fervor that Sarenrae and Rudia would be proud of.
I'm ready! I will try to.
You feel your kind of energies coalesce, her graviton pulling in people as all of these Sun Disciples begin to slip on the floor, rushing towards you as you ready supernova, and in a giant blinding, brilliant light. Everything kind of lights up and fades. You see Kasuk looking up at you and giving you a grin before everything fades.
Yeah! Solarians forever!
You shout that into the nothingness as, but for both of you, the light fades and instead you hear the sound of flicking switches and fluorescent lights and the sounds of your ship that you've come to know as you groggily kind of come to your senses, waking up in rooms that are not your own, and whatever it is you will say when you greet your groggy crew, perhaps in the morning, is something you will have to find out next time.
same old dream. And then my thoughts inspire a scene by the fire in a cottage close by a stream. I know it all by heart now. We're about to part now. It's the same old dream. If you but knew how many times I pretend that I'm with you, I'm sure your heart would unbend. You'd see me through until